to make it 1-0.
Here comes the variety show, Jim.
And you had to be looking for the pole kick there if you're Tony Sprayman. And Brandon knew that. All of this decided in about a tenth of a second, and he went with the dink.
Yes.
Tony coming right back, shot at him back down the middle. Blocked by Munoz. Again, Sprayman. And Munoz there again. That one's going to come back to Brandon. Quick pull kick. Hammered. Tony was there, but it got through him. It's 2-0. Wow. Oh, he has rocked Tony. This is like a great heavyweight fight where the contender comes out and punches and punches and kind of gets the champ back on his heels, and somehow the champ has to recover.
Ooh.
A quick left hook here makes it 3-1.
Yeah, he's definitely going to have to do something to change the course of how Brandon is making the ball go in the hole now, Jim.
And the thing is with Tony, and looking back on Tony's career, Tony has always controlled the tempo of a game, right? Working the 2 to the 5, taking his time, doing all of that. Right now, the tempo completely being dictated by Brandon Munoz.
I would 100% agree with that, and I think Tony's number one concern right now is to definitely change that momentum.
All right, let's see what he does here as he puts it back into play, trailing 3-1, trailing 1-0. He crisply through that far lane. Munoz just trying to cover as much of the goal as he possibly can. Tony trying to come near corner, blocked by Brandon. Spider-Man again. No resets called here, and Tony able to find that far corner to make it 3-2. One thing you know about Tony Sprayman, he'll make adjustments, he'll adapt to what's going on. Most of the time, he will be successful in doing it, and generally will come back in these situations, although you don't see it quite like this against Tony very often. Brandon went with a quick one there, taken away by Sprayman. Tried to send it down the middle and sent right back into the goal by Munoz. And he'll call timeout.
I'm really a little bit surprised with that particular timeout call, with the momentum that he's driving right now.
He did it at 3-1 too, which was kind of interesting. And I mean, we're not going to question it unless it's obviously not effective. But generally, you want to hold on to that momentum. You don't want to use the timeout there.
2 out of 3.
But this is Munoz style.
Absolutely, and you often, Jim, talk about utilizing timeouts. I just thought that was a little peculiar of a moment, but whatever works for him.
For sure, and there really is no bad time for a timeout, right? A timeout, if you think it, take it.
Sure.
Right now, Brandon Munoz trying to take this match. He has come out to win the opening game. He's up 4-2 here in the second.
2 minutes.
And all 4 of these points, Jim, has been a smorgasbord of points, each one being a different shot from Brandon.
And Tony smoothly along that far wall.
First free call is CJ here.
Sprayman takes his time, then finds that near corner. And you know, for Tony, he loves this, right? He loves a challenge. And he is embracing this, and this is why he plays the game.
He is, and I don't think he has a choice. He's going to have to embrace this right now. I really love the patience that he did on that last shot.
Yeah. Just got to withstand this early flurry, and now he's evened it at 4.
Here we go.
Here comes Tony. Munoz along the wall looking to take a 2-0 lead. Does not have a timeout remaining. Goes with a quick one here. That was an illegal play. No call made. Tony shaking his head. That absolutely, Munoz reached back and then went right into the shot. No question about it. And there's no call here.
If your opponent's not showing up, come let us know for those senior doubles matches.
At this level, those calls can't be missed. I know refs aren't perfect.
Yeah, but that's going to be put back into play by Munoz.
We'll have to see if that can that will take Tony out of his game, or if he's going to stick with.
It might motivate him. He's got to get through this ball. He does make the block, comes back to Munoz, who again will set it up. Tried to flick it down the middle, blocked by Tony. Brandon, our side wide. Picked up here by Tony on the 5. Tony got through that, and he's going to call timeout.
He sure did get through that. His heart's probably racing a little bit. I think I'd want to take a deep breath or two as well. This is not a time to make a mistake on the 5-bar, and I think after the first game, misexecuting a 5-bar pass cost him that game, and I think this is a moment that he needs to execute.
Yeah, one of the great closers of all time here, though, and he knows how to put away games. He has come back from a deficit here to tie it at 4, blocked 3 or 4 potential game-winning efforts from Munoz. And let's see what Tony does here as he puts the ball back into play. Sprayman scooping it through that far lane.
I can't tell if 30
We'll set it up, looking to even this match up at 1 game apiece. Sprayman
Oh, maybe it is.
will regrip.
Okay.
And stroke it home. So Tony Sprayman responds in game number 2, coming back from an early deficit in that second game, withstanding the Brandon Munoz flurry. And we are tied at 1 game apiece, and so far it's been everything we could have expected.
It absolutely has. I'm really impressed with how Tony just maintained his composure with that missed call. That moment right there can take a lot of people right out of their game, but not Tony. He took a timeout, took a breath, executed the pass, and a shot. Now we're even, 1 game apiece.
Interesting here, too. The referees have switched positions. Mark Krause now will move to the head ref position, and Arthur Mitchell will become the timer. But there was an obvious missed call there. Brandon Munoz absolutely reached back to adjust a man, and within a second shot the ball. Tony blocked it.
So did Tony
blocked a few more?
Did Tony request that they switch, or did
they
just choose?
I think they elected to.
Okay.
Yeah. Brandon Munoz won the opening game. Tony Sprayman has come back to tie it up at 1 game apiece. And now let's see how Brandon responds, as Tony has answered his initial challenge in this open singles winners bracket final. And again, the look on Tony's face, he loves this. He loves having someone challenge him. It's not about winning or losing. It's about competing. And there's maybe never been a better competitor on the American Tour, certainly, or even worldwide, than the great Tony Sprayman.
I couldn't agree with you more.
Here we go. 3rd game underway, put into play by Munoz.
That's a game count.
But in these 3 out of 5s, they are not sprints. They are maybe not marathons, but they are at least middle distance. And there is Munoz.
Curious, Jim, if he is going to fire it back up, or if he's right now it looks like he's a little more composed, a little more calm, maybe a little more thoughtful about what he's going to do. But we also know that can change in
the blink of an eye.
Blink of an eye.
And Tony with a response. It's 1-1.
Just a few minutes.
Boy, talk about high-level singles play. This is what makes my job so fun, folks, is to be able to watch matches like this.
I agree.
And I'll get your rest on your way.
Again, I think Tony has taken over the tempo. And that one's going to angle in for Sprayman off the 5. It's 2-1. I believe that's 5 of the last 6 goals scored by Sprayman. And the quick poke kick. Wow.
There it is. There's that quick.
It's 2-2.
He's wiggling a little bit more over here. He's sped up the tempo just a tad.
Tony for the lead. That one rimmed off the post. Comes back to Munoz. Singles that one up the table. Rocks around, then jumps in the air and off the table. Sprayman will put it back into play.
Jim, both these players have such quick hands. Who do you think is the better defensive player?
Well, I think Munoz has as fast a hands as anyone, anywhere. But Tony has the mental game, I think, just because of his years and years of experience. Tony, a very good defensive player, and it's been a big part of his success over the years, certainly, and almost under the radar. People don't quite realize just how good he is defensively on every rod. Here's Tony for the lead. He walks it. Waits, trying to come near side, blocked up into the air and off the table by Munoz. Still 2-2 here in the 3rd, tied up at a game apiece. The winners bracket final of open singles here at the 2022 Hall of Fame Classic. Jim Stevens and Liz Moore.
Dennis, over year round.
Junior doubles
Again, Tony
match
showing you some of that
nominated
defense here.
Kamal.
I haven't seen Brandon really do 2 to
Table
5
number 4.
in some of the matches that I've watched him play in singles. Have you seen him do anything like that, Jim? Does he have a series that he works every now and again?
Not a lot of that. I think it's maybe something that would come in handy for him here and there, and I have seen him do it sort of in a reactionary way on the
Sure.
fly, just sort of suddenly think, let's pass this 2 to the 5. But for the most part, he's back there just trying to be aggressive, and I really can't fault him for that. And he can be very, very good offensively from that 2-rod.
Absolutely.
Tony will put the ball back into play. Again, table management, such a big part of Tony's game. You see it here. He has taken control of this match, the tempo of it, using his timeouts. There's Munoz again defensively. Rebound comes back to Tony. Boy, when we first heard about this match, and it was pretty early yesterday, oh, what a save attempt by Munoz, but he couldn't keep it out as Tony banked it off that outside wall with a left hand, and in it's 3-2. But this match has been lined up now for almost probably 24 hours. And when we first heard about it, we got excited. And
Absolutely.
now we're finally here, finally getting to watch it.
I see Dave Ross,
Munoz.
but I don't see anybody else. Who you missing?
Hammers that one home near side.
Here we are, 3-3 again, Jim.
Mike Kyrus.
And a timeout called here by
Ross
Munoz.
Styling, Francis Quigley.
Can I get table maintenance to 46, please? Table maintenance 46. See if you can tighten the table up. It's kind of shaking.
3-3 third game. Boy, it's been a good one.
Sure has.
Russell Dyerly and Francis Quigley. You should be playing on 22. Where are you?
I see that Brandon's now got both of his hands on those back rods. Hopefully try to block anything that comes flying that way, but Tony caught that pass. No deflection here.
Spiderman for the lead. We'll call timeout.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So go to,
So are we at one timeout apiece for these two?
Yeah, I think that's right.
Okay.
Yeah. Boy, this is a tough one to to ref as well, right?
I think so. I don't think I'd want to be.
And you're kind of mesmerized by the play as well as we are up here.
Absolutely.
Tony will put the ball back into play. Spiderman hammers it back home down the middle. Such a good hard fake to open up that middle part of the goal, and Tony was there to stroke it home and take the lead. Back comes Munoz. Brandon shot near side, blocked by Spreadman. It hops back to Munoz, who fires it home to make it 4-4.
Wow, this is just incredible. It's exactly what we hope for as spectators, and another 4-4 game, Jim.
Phenomenal. When you talk about the best singles players out on tour, obviously Spreadman at the top, Ryan when he wants to, obviously the world champion. Brandon Munoz has got to be in there. Tommy Orr, when he's playing, of course, outstanding singles player. We can't leave out names like Brandon Morland and Blake Robertson.
Blake.
Maybe that's your top 6 right there, right, as
And-
far as
and
singles players
Who
go.
do we have waiting in the losers bracket right now?
Yeah, there's still a few.
A few, okay.
Kind of let you know. Actually, there's only 2.
Y'all can hold that match.
Blake Robertson, and we can't forget about Robert Montes.
We
as
cannot.
well. So those 2 are also remaining, as we have worked it down to those final 4 players. Spreadman looking to take a 2-1 lead, and
Wow.
he does.
You know, you said Robert Mares is waiting in the losers bracket, and I have to say that I have to mention this because when we were in Portland, they put on Tony and Mares a phenomenal show
Yeah.
in the open singles final.
Yeah. As they can do. I mean, they're partners, but also great competitors.
Yes, and they did not disappoint there either.
So Mares will play Robertson. The loser of this would face the winner of that.
At this level, though, Jim, I mean, that's what you're going to get. You're going to get a very exciting, very high-level, thoughtful match most of the time. And it seems like more often than not, for the ones that I've watched, they just all go 5 games. Get into those overtime moments, and we're all on our heels, edge of our seats.
Yeah, and this has that little extra entertainment value because you just never know what's coming from Munoz, and oftentimes he will do something that just makes you gasp almost. And of course, we know what Tony can do. All right, officials are going to have a quick conference. Okay. I think Mark Krause needed to put in his passcode in order for Arthur to use his phone to keep time. Giving you all the inside info here, folks. And here we go, 4th game underway. Munoz putting it into play on the 5. Brandon got off to a tremendous start. Tony able to withstand it, work his way back, kind of steal the 2nd game, and then win the 3rd game. A very well-played 3rd game that went down to the final ball. Tony able to make the block here and put it back into play. No score, 4th game, 2-1 lead for Spredeman. Winner will advance to the open singles final. And the steal here by Munoz. Brandon's going to take a little time here. Try to go near corner. Tony looking for it, able to make the block and take it away. Brandon has really worked that near corner throughout the match. Tony will work it up the table, 2 to the 5. And that one's going to end up in the goal. It's 1-0. I talked a little bit about this yesterday, but one thing Tony has always done is year by year has added something new, has continued to evolve as a player. And I think even though we're only 2 or 3 years into Brandon Munoz's professional career, he has certainly also continued to evolve as a player. And that's great to see. You should never stop learning, never stop growing, never stop improving your game, finding little things even. And Todd Alfredo, a great example of that, continues to add things to his game as the years go by. And Todd, of course, been around for 4.5 decades and is now 62 years old, but still adding fresh new things. And right now it's Spredeman back in control of this match.
It is. It's a game of constant adjustments. You see the adjustments happen on the micro level within a match, but then you also make them outside of tournaments. You watch your matches. You see, okay, they've seen this. They've seen this. This isn't working. What am I going to do different? I think one of the most impressive things about Tony and is how intuitive he is as far as are both of your hands back there or not. Is it just one hand? Because I think the last little scrap that happened there, he knew Brandon didn't have both his hands back there.
Agreed.
And those are things that Tony pays very special attention to.
Yes, he does. I mean, absolutely a savant, a genius when it comes to that kind of thing on the table. And Tony, of course, all the skills, but the stuff between the ears is super high level. Chance to go up 3-0 here for Spredeman. And again, you mentioned it earlier about defense. And Tony has, for the most part, shut Brandon down.
So far in this game, he has. I'm curious to see if Brandon's going to change from the snake into something a little faster or different or unexpected.
Tried to go to the far side. Tony looking for it was there. Brandon thought about the pull kick. Now on the other side. Tony reading him like a book right now. And that one blocked up into the air and off the table by Spredeman. Because Tony obviously loves a challenge, but we love it when Tony has a challenge as well, because then we really get to see what this incredible player is all about. And we're seeing it here. Brandon Munoz comes out with a breathtaking first game and a half here in this match, right? But look what Tony has done on the micro level, as you said. That's a good block there by Munoz up into the air and off the table. But Tony, it has forced Tony to take it to a new gear, a new level, and it's so impressive to watch. Here's Spredeman. Working it up the table methodically.
It's so efficient. It is so incredibly efficient. I mean, you just don't see Tony shooting out of the back.
No.
And this is why.
Not right here. Not in this matchup, right? I mean, we do see it occasionally in certain situations, in the right situations, seemingly. Oh, it's a nice play there by Munoz to keep that one off of the 3. Banks it off the inside wall, off the outside wall, and
How about
in.
that?
A clean Z-bank from the Costa Rican makes it 2-1. You like to say that was intentional, but is a Z-bank ever intentional?
I don't think so.
Back comes Tony. Trying to bring that one back down the middle, taken away by Munoz. Brandon, lots of options here. Trying to make it off that inside wall. Does grab it on the 5. Trying to bring it back down the middle with a pull shot on goal with his 5. Tony with a quick advancement and looks up. Munoz hands him the ball. Yeah, and Munoz made that call. Mark Krause did not.
These two players are reffing their own match, Jim.
Yeah.
Of course, we can't hear what they're discussing.
But there was no question. Munoz immediately gave it to Tony on the 5. And Tony will put it back into play. Tony can't connect on the pass. A little bit of a window of opportunity here for Munoz. Trying to come back to that push shot. Slams that rebound. God, the transition came there. He was up there waiting for that rebound.
Wow.
Tony grabs it and will call timeout. He's having a talk with referee Mark Krause. Well, he's not real happy about the officiating in this match so far.
You know, it's officiating is so temperamental sometimes. I mean, sometimes you're in matches where everything gets called, and then you have, you know, refs that want to just let the play happen.
You want consistency, ideally, is what you want, and it's not always easy to get. We'll just put it that way. Not to say that Mark Krause and Arthur Mitchell aren't doing their best, because they are, no question about it. But and in a match like this, again, tough to officiate, maybe tough to really know when a jar occurs. The players know it better than anyone, and we saw that there as Munoz awarded the ball to Tony. But Tony would appreciate it if the refs would see that call as well.
I think so.
Just in case, because you can't count on Munoz to call everything. All right, Tony quickly to the far side again. Munoz doing a good job defensively these last several possessions. Sprayman continuing to get possessions. And Tony to that far side. Got him off the hole with a fake. Executed to that far corner. Everything that Tony does has meaning, has purpose. And there's Munoz again. His defense is keeping him alive, but Tony's defense is keeping him off the scoreboard. And Brandon needs to find a way to score. Quick push kick down the middle, taken away by Sprayman. Continues to keep the pressure on offensively. Another block there by Munoz. As great as these two players are offensively, we are seeing some tremendous defense right now on both sides.
The defense is quite impressive, and I'm just curious, you know, here we are, in the 4th game? Every game up till this point has had a 3-3 moment. This might be
the exception.
The exception.
It's match point. What an impressive performance from Tony Sprayman. And again, it's because he's been tested, you know, and we get to see Tony at his best when he's in these situations. And he can't stop his 5 right now, and Sprayman will shoot for the finals once again. Robert Mares, Blake Robertson, the other 2 players still in the event.
What's your prediction, Jim? Who's going to make it back to Tony?
I'm going to go with Munoz.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think I would have to go with that as well.
I mean, it could be any of them, of
Sure,
course.
sure.
Right. But I'm going to give him the slight edge. He might be the hungriest. But right now, Tony Sprayman is the hungriest as he closes out this match. That was an impressive performance from Tony Sprayman. There is no other player, I don't think, who withstands the Munoz onslaught early on and then closes the deal like that. That was a masterful performance by the guy that many consider the greatest singles player of all time.
I absolutely agree, Jim. He really made the right adjustments, made the right calls with the timeout. He kept his composure when he didn't agree with the refs. that's why he just won the king seat.
That's right. All right, so that was a good one. We got more good ones coming up here, folks. Stay tuned here at InsideFoos.com and all around the Foosball universe for more exciting action from Las Vegas in the 2022 Hall of Fame Classic.
Can I get a result from table number 51, please? 51. David and Damon, did you win that one?
There you go. Thanks, Jim.
Jose Garcia.
That was fun.
Mike Sierra.
See you for some more a little later.
Yes.
Until you have to leave.
I know.
What time you flying out?
7:20. So I might get one more in. We'll see. Oh my gosh.
Players, if you're deserving of any payouts, our crew will be doing payouts all afternoon today. Also, if you have a trophy or medal coming, feel free to pick those up. Just double check that you're picking up the right one. And our chief photographer, Brandon Smith, is here to photograph your wins, your partners, your trophies. If you want to try to get your state together for a state picture, feel free.
Michael Webb to the stage, please. Michael Webb, come see me.
Some big matches coming up today. Just called up on pit table number 1. This is More or Better in open doubles. Michael Rackus and Billy Pappas back for more against Scottie Weidman and Scott Weidman. Good match to watch. Open doubles. Pit table number 1.
Michael Beck, come see Mary, please, Michael.
Adam Barr. See me on stage, please. Adam Barr. I need one Foos light. Who won the match? Mike Pyrus or Dave Ross versus Russell Darley, Francis Quigley? I don't have a result on that. I think you guys are done playing.
We've got a good match that's about to kick off on table number 1 soon. Just waiting on Billy Pappas, who has just arrived. It's an open doubles match. Winner of this will move into 4th place or better. Billy Pappas, who we can see feeling out the rods here on the left. He's playing with Mike Bilirakis, whose shoulder we can see a bit in the camera, out of Chicago. On the right, that's Scottie Weidman. We'll be playing with the great Todd Lafredo.
Table 51, we need Tom Thornton and Zuckerman. Table number 51, we need Lynn Zuckerman, Tom Thornton. Here they are.
Weidman and Lafredo have a long history of playing together. A few years ago, had a really great run at the Tornado World Championships in Lexington, Kentucky. Even though Todd was injured. In this match, back then he was playing goal and hammering bank shots out of the back. This match looks like Lafredo is going to be playing forward. Get the names up here now that they're wrapping up.
CJ, have y'all started those matches? Have y'all started? Dennis Ori, you're up on table number 7. Dennis Ori, you're up on table 7.
Francis Quigley, are you in the room? Come see me on stage, please. Francis Quigley.
Hey, CJ, come move us to that.
Got some antics on the table right now. Players cutting up before getting started. I am Miriam Ali from the Inside Foos team.
Francis, all I needed was a result, so you don't have to come see me.
And hi again, everybody. Welcome back to the 2022 Hall of Fame Classic here in Las Vegas, Nevada. Jim Stevens along with Miriam Ali.
Hello.
Here on table number one is we've got an open doubles match and an opportunity, a rare opportunity to watch one of the greatest players of all time in Billy Pappas. It'll be Billy Pappas, Mike Bilirakis on the left. It'll be Todd Lafredo and Scottie Weidman on the right. Boy, there's a few world championships on the table right now, Marion.
Not just world champions, but Hall of Fame members, too.
Well, one Hall of Famer, another guy that will be in the Hall of Fame, and Billy Pappas eventually once he gets to the age of 40, and another guy who really should be the first inductee next year, and that's Scottie Weidman, who is, we did a list on Foos Talk Live, which you can listen to every Sunday night at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, of the top 5 players who are not in the Hall of Fame and should be, and he was number 1 for me, and I think for Adam and Mark as well. So, and Todd Lafredo, of course, the incredible number of world championships. Billy Pappas has won 4 open singles world titles and a mixed doubles world championship as well. This should be fun. Lafredo shooting against Bilirakis. Of course, Mike Bilirakis, the son of a Hall of Famer. And Tiffany Bilirakis, Tiffany Moore. And some good defense there from Mike as he's able to keep Lafredo out.
We have a match on table 10. They're waiting. They're waiting for their table.
This match, a loser's bracket match for 4th place or better. Bets 3 games out of 5. Here's Billy shooting the snake shot and firing it home. Miriam, with Billy Pappas, we've talked about it before. When you hear a shot across the room, Billy Pappas sounds different than anyone's. When you hear that big thwap, and you go, "There's Billy just scored." It just he can pound the ball like nobody. It's kind of like hearing your laugh from across the room. You go, "There's Miriam." Here's Lafredo. And again, out there on the lawn, it's Bilirakis. That's some good defense from Mikey Bilirakis so far. And that shot up the table on goal, grabbed by Weidman.
It's good to see Billy on tour.
It is, yeah.
I feel like he's been out more in the last year or so.
Well, he's been living down in Florida and playing a little bit down there. I think maybe he's got the bug. Of course, we know he likes Las Vegas. We'll never forget his run in the World Series of Poker a few years ago. He reached the final table, and he's 2 for 2 here. These last couple of possessions, it's 2-0.
Pretty good. Look at about 15 teams. Not everybody is teamed up though, and not everyone is.
And that one blocked back into the goal. It's 3-0, and we've got a timeout.
Come see me.
It's interesting and good to see Todd Lafredo playing forward in a major. I feel like he's played a lot of goalie in the last few years.
Yeah, and of course, I believe he's living in the Denver area with Scottie Weidman. They've had a chance to train together, and of course, as you say that, Lafredo moves back to goalie.
Commentators curse.
But that's what makes this team so versatile, is that Todd can get back there, and of course, one of the great goalies of all time, and Weidman, solid forward. Back in 2016, we all remember that amazing run at the Tornado World Championships, as documented in the movie Foosballers. Todd Lafredo hurt his arm on his way to a second-place finish in open singles. Had to play goalie the entire open doubles event for Weidman, and they finished second there as well. In fact, that weekend, 2016, a rare triple, maybe a unique triple for Todd Lafredo, as he finished second in open singles, second in open doubles, and second in open mixed. And right now, Todd and his partner Scottie Weidman down 4-0 here in game number 1. Pappas along the outside wall.
May not have been touring much, but he's definitely still got it.
He sure does. One of the most talented players to ever play the game. Billy Pappas will have another shot here to win game number 1. But Lafredo there on that effort. Billy again. Another block by Todd. Well, we've seen some good defense on both sides of the ball. Bilirakis has pitched a shutout so far, and Todd Lafredo 3 blocks in a row against Billy Pappas on 3 very well executed shots. Shot on goal here by Mike. Picked up by Todd Lafredo. Todd, of course, great offensively back here as well. Mostly been shooting that pull shot or pull kick series throughout the weekend when we have seen him back there. Nice pickup by Billy. Went with a quick pull kick. Rebound grab by Lafredo. 4-0 lead here in game number 1 for Pappas and Bilirakis.
It's good to see Bilirakis holding his own in this match, too. When you're on the table with such great, legendary players.
And the outside bank by Lafredo. Nobody does it better, and it's the toss that makes that outside bank so effective. Todd brings it over so quickly and then hammers it that you don't have time to react. You don't have time to zone it. Here's Pappas. Another block by Todd. Blocked 4 in a row. Can he block 5 in a row? Yes. Goes back the other way. Kept out by Bilirakis. Well, Mike Bilirakis has been a very good player for a long time. I know he played quite a bit with Paul Smith, a talented player out of St. Louis. But an opportunity here. He's the kind of guy that I think deserves a shot like this, deserves to play with a top player. And it's now 4-2. Is Weidman able to split the defense? Billy can't hold on to it. Weidman able to pick it up on the 5. Of course, Scottie Weidman, Todd Lafredo, the first team in the history of foosball to win 2 consecutive world championships back in 1994 and 95. Bilirakis with a block, and Bilirakis with the timeout. Yeah, it's got to be a lot of fun for Mike Bilirakis to be in there with these 3 legendary players and on table 1, the major championship. And this is why you play the game, right? This is it's got to be just a great feeling for him. All right, and it looks like Billy Pappas is going to move back into offensive position. And this is always exciting to watch Billy shoot the ball from goal. We talk a lot about Ryan Moore these days as being a great shooting goalie, and of course he is, but Billy Pappas is the other guy that's in that class, and maybe it's just those 2 that just incredibly gifted offensive players from goal. All right, Billy's going to set up the pull shot. Try to bring that one down the middle, blocked by Weidman. Pappas again. That one's going to be picked off by Weidman, who goes along the wall. Scottie will shoot against Billy. Almost a dead race with Pappas. You're not going to get through Billy with a quick, long pull shot like that. That one up into the air and off the table. Be put back into play by Todd Lafredo. 4-2 lead here in the first game for Billy Pappas and Mike Bilirakis. And off the outside wall again goes Lafredo. Boy, this looks like 2016 all over again when Lafredo was averaging about 2.5 goals a game, many of them banks. He's cut the lead to 1. Some great defense from Lafredo and a couple of scores as well. Another opportunity for Billy to give his team a first game victory as he sets it up. And that one blocked by Lafredo, but rattles into the goal. It's 1-0 in favor of Pappas and Bilirakis. It's kind of fun to say that. Obviously, Pappas and Bilirakis.
It was meant to be.
Well. And looks like we're going to switch sides.
An excellent performance by Lafredo in goal, though.
Yeah.
I was just talking about him playing forward, but there's a reason why. There's a reason why he plays goal a lot.
Yeah. But no, you're right, and it's fun to see him. I mean, this is one of the great forwards of all time. Spent the first half of his career as a forward. And so it's fun to watch it. But we know that there's such switchability with this team, such versatility. And a great understanding of that. Of course, it's Lafredo making all the calls as far as switches go. But that's one of the strengths of this team is their ability to play both positions, and oftentimes that comes down to matchups, who they're playing. Situational foosball as well. Lafredo the better defensive player and offensive player at goal. Billy did find it very hard to score against Lafredo, so I can anticipate we're going to see that matchup several more times in this match.
Yeah, I'm expecting a lot of defensive switching.
Thanks, Billy.
Billy Pappas, Mike Bilirakis jumped off to a 4-0 lead. 3 in a row from Lafredo and Weidman tightened things up. 2 of those were banks from Lafredo. And Billy finally able to rattle one in to win that first game. Caught a bit of a break. Lafredo was there defensively on the shot. And it is going to be Lafredo starting off this second game at goal. It's also nice for Weidman, Miriam, to know that he can at any time call a timeout and bring one of the greatest shooters in the history of the sport up into that forward position as needed. Weidman will open up game number 2 with a possession. Scottie shooting against Bilirakis. Weidman tried to come down the middle. Mike looking for it, makes the block. Weidman tried to bring it over with a little mini pull kick off the corner of the goal. Weidman most effective when he sits on it, takes his time. Generally hits those inside holes. Bilirakis there again. And with this team, with Weidman at forward, that's always kind of the question. Oh, beautiful save there by Lafredo to gain possession. But can Weidman provide enough offense to carry the team? And by enough offense, that generally means he's got to score 3, because Lafredo's probably going to get a couple of them.
Yeah.
Rebound grabbed here by Weidman. Robert Mares defeating Blake Robertson over on table 3 to reach the losers bracket final of singles. Looks like it might be. The winner of that one would face Brandon Munoz as you see Weidman take his time and then hit that straight hole. 1-0 lead here in the second game for Scottie Weidman and Todd Lafredo. Pappas, whose 5 has been working well so far in the match, and that's a dangerous proposition for the opponent because you know Billy's going to have the firepower on the 3-rod. Can't connect here, however. Here's Lafredo. He has so many options from here, including that one. Oh,
that was
my.
Nice.
Just enough of an angle to send it up to that far corner of the goal. I love this series. This is the one he used in 2016. The banks are available. Those brush straights, pull kicks.
I don't remember him doing that angle. Maybe it's something he added, or maybe I just missed it.
And just looking to give Scottie a possession. Clears it. It's 2-0 here in the second game. Lafredo and Weidman have scored 5 of the last 6 after Pappas and Bilirakis jumped off to the 4-0 lead.
It's a sign of great defenders. Get a few balls and they've learned.
That's right, making those adjustments. There's Lafredo again. Again, the thing that has made, one of the things certainly that has made Todd Lafredo such a great player over the years is his unpredictability. You never really can get comfortable with Todd Lafredo defensively. You never really know what he's going to do. Trying to clear it, persistently trying to clear it, doesn't do so. Picked up here by Pappas. Billy goes wide. Well, Pappas, after a quick start, has certainly been slowed down by Lafredo. Todd brings that pull shot down the middle, blocked by Pappas and picked up by Billy. And he's able to get that one through. Again, not clean. The last couple he has scored have been off Lafredo's defensive men. Weidman tried to come down the middle, blocked. Rebound comes back to Billy. Pappas hammers it home to the far side. It's 2-2.
I really love Weidman's 5-bar.
So simple, yet so effective. But Bilirakis keeping him out of the goal. I would have to think one of these next couple of possessions that Weidman gets, he's going to use a timeout. In fact, that wouldn't have been a bad time for it. And bring Lafredo up there to shoot the ball. Maybe that's what Lafredo's thinking here. Let's see if he's shooting or if he's passing. Yeah, looking to pass. Now look for the timeout here. And look for Lafredo to come forward. If it occurs to Weidman, and it will. Situational foosball, you got to love it. Scottie knows. The last time he had possession on the 3-rod, he should have called it then. He does get a second chance. And let's see what the team on the right does. Of course, it'll be Billy's call. Billy, the coach on the table, so to speak, the captain. Another thing that has made Billy Pappas such a great player over the years is, one of the fairest players to ever play the game. Billy would never cheat you, never in the wildest dreams, but also a great partner. He's just a really good guy to play with. Really makes you feel comfortable no matter who you are, and always finds the way to really fit in. All right, here's Lafredo, shot attempt, blocked in, taken away by Bilirakis. Todd went with a quick one. You see him there kind of shaking his head. He knows maybe should have taken a little more time. Or at least executed.
Do you think that was lack of respect for the goalie?
I don't know, maybe a little bit. And certainly that could be something that factors into Lafredo's approach occasionally. 1-0 lead for Billy Pappas and Mike Bilirakis. That angling pass series has been so effective all weekend long. When Weidman's been back there, they just use sort of this chip angle passing series. Here's Lafredo finding the straight hole to make it 3-2. Again, the switch. Lafredo moving back, the stronger defensive player. Weidman moving forward. They'll have the ability to use that play one more time here in this match. They have one timeout remaining, rather in this game. And taken away here by Weidman. Weidman, of course, the 5-row from the school of Tom Spear, a little Colorado runner. Very simple, very effective, very smart. All right, look for Weidman probably to shoot it here, but let's see. Scottie looking at the straight hole.
Russell Diary.
Nope. Comes around it and strokes it home. Wow. Great long pull shot from Scottie Weidman. That's a bonus for them. If they can get that out of Weidman, along with the 2 that you figure Lafredo will provide from the forward position, they're going to be in pretty good shape. You know Scottie's going to do everything else well. It's the ability to score the ball on the 3-rod that is kind of the question with Weidman oftentimes. Pappas able to pick this one up, looking to cut the lead to 1. Billy trying to come back near side. Lafredo has just been all over Pappas.
He's giving Weidman the time to find the back of the goal.
That's right. Lafredo with a question of Billy, maybe regarding a distraction. And again, if Billy is going to err on the side of giving it to the opponent if necessary. Just an incredibly fair player. Pappas. And again, Lafredo there. That rebound hops right back to the 5 of Billy. Goes nicely along that near wall. And then strokes it home far side to make it 4-3. What I like the most, and you can see the look on Billy Pappas' face, he is into it. He's enjoying himself. Motivated to play foosball, and you got to love that. That hasn't always been the case over the last decade or so. But you got to have fun, Miriam. When you're on the table, you got to have fun.
I don't understand how people don't have fun when they're on the table.
Weidman will stroke it home again. Scottie Weidman with a couple of big long pull shots closes it out. And again, if Weidman's able to hit that long with consistency, that is going to bode well for the fortunes of the team of Lafredo and Weidman, especially in this configuration with Weidman in the forward position. So we're all tied up at 1 game apiece.
Rob.
Been a good one so far here on table number 1. Billy Pappas, Mike Bilirakis win game number 1. Scottie Weidman, Todd Lafredo, strong performance in the second game. And I know you agree with me on this, Miriam, but as fans of the game, we love seeing, in particular, the way that Weidman and Lafredo manage the game, manage the table, manage their switches. It's so much fun to watch the strategy, the obvious strategy side of it when these two guys are playing together.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's one of the advantages of having a set partner that you've played with for so much and living together too.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, and that used to be common. You go way back to the tournament soccer era, even into the Dynamo era of the 80s, and having set partners was common. And then with Tornado, for whatever reason, as it moved forward, the rules changes were a little different. And actually, it should have encouraged that. Literally, on the TS tour and on the Dynamo tour, you could not switch during a timeout.
oh, well.
That didn't come till Tornado. And so, but also, at the same time, we began to see players playing with different players more often than having a set partnership. The 70s were all about set teams. Furry and Wiswell, Bells and Bednar, all well and sure, and others. And then, of course, into the 80s with Tony Bacon and Don Shalafu, Johnny Horton and Mike Green, who's here this weekend. Always great to see Mike, one of the great foosball men, the world champion from 1985. But that changed. So it is cool when you see Gummison and McMillan, Lafredo and Weidman, teams like that playing together on a regular basis. And Billy, again, has that one blocked by Lafredo. Even up at a game apiece, a goal apiece here in the third game. Jim Stevens and Miriam Ali, happy to be here to bring you all the exciting action from Las Vegas, Nevada.
How would you rank Tony Spreedeman and Rob Mares as a partnership compared to, say, Todd and Scottie?
That's a good one, and I think I would have them ahead of Todd and Scottie on the all-time list. If you're asking me that, they go about it a little bit differently. You will see switching with Mares and Spreedeman, certainly, but a different kind. Spreedeman is still spending 90% of the time in the forward position, if not more, whereas with Weidman and Lafredo, it is more of a mix. I would say it's more 60-40, really, when it comes down to it. And again, that's because Lafredo is so obviously the power player. But certainly when putting together the top 10 teams in the history of American table soccer, both of those teams that you mentioned are going to be in the top 10. And as far as Spreedeman and Mares go, they're top 5, and maybe a notch or two below that would be Lafredo and Weidman. We get a switch here on the left side now. Some strategy as Pappas moves back, Bilirakis moves forward. And the other thing is that, Tony Spreedeman has played with other partners over the last 6 or 7 years at the World Championships. Now, how many more world titles would Tony have if he had played with Robert Mares? There'd be at least a couple.
That's a good point.
But if they're playing together regularly, we may look at Spreedeman and Mares in particular as maybe the second greatest team in the history of American table soccer, of course, behind the greatest team of all time, Todd Lafredo and Frederic Collignon. And stroking it home here is Pappas with authority to that far side. It's 3-2.
I think it says a lot that Todd would be on the top 10 list in doubles.
In two different teams.
Yeah.
For sure. He also won a couple of world titles with Gus Trevino.
Oh, yeah.
Weidman against Pappas this time, and Billy likes to pretty much dead race him, which might open up that straight. Let's see. Weidman trying to go long. Pappas just so fast. Billy can shut people down with that race defense. And a timeout called here, and I think again we're going to see Lafredo move forward. This is an obvious time, I think, to do it. Scottie not feeling real confident shooting the ball against Billy. Todd Lafredo feels confident shooting the ball against anybody, and well, he should. And Billy says, you get back there, Mike. He's going to let, I guess that's the matchup. When Lafredo's shooting, Pappas will defend. Or rather, when Weidman's shooting, oh, I don't know. But either way, the matchup here is going to be Lafredo versus Billeracas. As Todd will bring it across and set up the pull shot. And stroke it home. It's 3-3.
That was crisp.
Caught Mike a little flat-footed. I'm not sure it would have mattered. That thing was so deep, hitting off that far post. But I don't think Mike anticipated that Todd was going to shoot it after a second. Pappas can't connect on the pass. Lafredo back in the goalie position. We'll pick it up here. Tied up at 3 here in the third game. 1 game apiece. Losers bracket match for 4th place or better. Yet open doubles. And again, looking to pass. Weidman will not use a timeout here. Weidman's 5 is really good. They'll go ahead and utilize that. Now we might see the timeout. I believe they have 1 left. Weidman has also been shooting it well, and he'll have Billeracas defending. So maybe he'll take advantage of this and go ahead and shoot the ball. And he does. Tried to come down the middle, blocked and taken away by Mikey. Mentioned it before. Mike, of course, the son of the great Tiffany Billeracas, Tiffany Moore, a Hall of Famer. Just a matter of time, of course, for guys like Pappas, Spredeman, and Ryan Moore, and Ryan a little behind the other two. But I believe both Tony Spredeman and Billy Pappas will be 37 this year. I think they're both of them in October. They were actually born, I think, within a month of each other. And when they do turn 40 and become eligible, I would anticipate that both of them will be in the Hall of Fame. Look at that pick there from Pappas as he gave a good hard fake, then came back down the middle to give his team a 4-3 lead. Of course, we always default to Hall of Fame talk here in Las Vegas, you know, and especially when we have so many great Hall of Fame players in front of us. But it's always an honor and a privilege to be part of this great event here in Las Vegas, which really does focus on the history of the sport and the players that came before. Talked a little bit about that in the Hall of Fame ceremony last night. And
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You mentioned earlier that Billeracas kind of deserved this chance
Yep.
to play, you know, with a higher level player, to learn to show what he can do. What do you think about his chance with Billy specifically? Like, do you think Billy was the perfect person?
I think I do. And here's part of the equation. Billy will set it up and find the hole down the middle to make it 4-4. Billy likes to play with people he likes and his friends, right? And I know that these two guys, Billy and Mike, have a relationship. Billy likes him. He likes playing with him. And I think he is the perfect partner, especially in this situation. I mentioned it earlier, how easy it is to play with Billy. Billy now with a chance to win game number 3 against Lafredo. As he rocks, tried to go out to that far side. Lafredo made the stop, couldn't quite contain the rebound, comes back to Pappas. Lafredo again defending. Pappas. Near side, up into the air and off the table. That's high-end foosball there, folks. Great offensive player versus great defensive player, and it's Lafredo who wins this battle so far. Now you got to watch out. Lafredo has hit more big shots from goal than any player in the history of the sport. Looking to pass here. I believe they do have a timeout remaining. If Weidman gets it, they have that option to use that and bring Lafredo to forward. Scottie will now look to pass 5-3. A little mini chip up, couldn't hold on to it, and he's going to, you saw Billy make the call, knock it right back to Scottie. Pappas went hard to the wall. It was that little chip pass, and Billy reacted a little bit late, chased it, and then immediately made the call on himself. And that's one of the things that I admire so much about Billy Pappas. I've seen that time and time again, both here in America and internationally. He doesn't want to win any other way than the fairway, and that's just so admirable. What it does, it gives Lafredo and Weidman the possession on the 3-rod, and it gives them an opportunity to bring Lafredo back to forward and a chance to close out game number 3. And it's going to be Pappas, the last line of defense here. I think that's also the right call. Todd will put the ball back into play. Looking to give his team a 2-1 lead. Shooting against Billy Pappas, Todd Lafredo. That one off the post. Rebound grabbed by Billy. 4-4 third game. 1 game apiece. Pappas fires that one down the table. Weidman with the rebound. See what Scottie does. They work this chip angle, but do you do it at this stage? Oh, trying to pass it along the outside wall. Lafredo couldn't hold on to it. Pappas rattles one up the table. Lafredo with a nice grab on the 5. And brushes it through. Another chance here for Lafredo to send his team into the lead. And he does as he sneaks that one behind Billy. Pappas gets a big hug from his partner Weidman and another. And it's Lafredo and Weidman now on top, 2-1. Jim Stevens, Mary Molly, best seats in the house for a match like this.
Absolutely.
That's the only reason I do this job, is to be able to sit here and have an unobstructed view of table number 1 and a chance to watch great players like this.
I think it takes, going back to Billy being a fair player, it takes a lot of integrity when you're in such a tight match and it's 4-4.
Yeah. And he would have done it 5th game. He would have done it at 7-7 in the 5th game, and that's no question about it.
Size is still all the way up to 4X.
You know, in golf, it is completely self-regulated, right? In golf, it's the same approach, and you learn that early on when playing, golf at the competitive level, is that you call things on yourself. That's how it is, and it's about integrity, as you said. It's about the sport, the integrity of the sport, integrity of yourself as an individual or your team.
Also, if you want to do a payout, we have payouts open also.
Billy has no regrets at all about giving that ball up, and eventually it led to a victory in that 3rd game, and now a 2-1 lead. Billy Pappas will put the ball into play. One thing I am seeing with Pappas is it is obvious that he has been spending some time on the table. You can see it, that there has been some table time. Billy does burn an early timeout.
The way that they've been switching, the way they've been playing, he hasn't needed the timeouts, really.
True. Whereas they are super valuable for the team on the left, for sure. Pappas can't connect on the pass. Lafredo just looking to clear, looking to pass. Weidman picking it up on the 5. Has it taken away by Pappas. Billy trying to brush it down. Weidman with the takeaway. Billy takes it back again. Battle on the 5 right now. See, that is so hard to react to. It's that Tom Spears style.
Yeah, it's slow. It's slow enough where there's no movement to jump.
Yeah.
To jump to. It's disguised so well. It's so beautiful.
It is, and it can be frustrating for a defender for sure. Weidman trying to rip along here. Bilirakis gets a man on it. Still no score here in the 4th game. Open doubles match for 4th place or better. Pappas with a quick one gets it through. He'll set it up against Lafredo, looking to strike first here in game number 4. Billy trying to come back down the middle. Lafredo with a block. Pappas to the far side. Lafredo got a little bit of a piece of it, sending it wide, but the rebound does come back to Pappas once again. Billy, far side, blocked by Lafredo, right to Weidman. Scottie will set up the pull shot. And again, stroke home that long. Boy, his long pull shot looking really good these last couple of games. It's 1-0.
This pull shot looks like he slept well last night.
We talked about Scottie being probably the best player to not be in the American Hall of Fame, as Billy with a quick set down the middle makes it 1-1. When you look back at Scottie's record as a player, it's really a no-brainer. One of the few players in American table soccer history to win major championships playing both the forward and goalie positions. And there's Pappas again going with a quick one. It's 2-1. Two-time world champion, was in a couple of other finals in doubles and singles at the Worlds. I believe he's been in 6 finals. Been a good battle on the 5-row. Fun to watch. 2-1 lead. We're in game number 4 for Billy Pappas and Mike Bilirakis. 2 games to 1 lead for Lafredo and Weidman in the steal here by Scottie. Well, he's been going long. Let's see if he looks inside here, which is really his strength. Tried to go inside. Bilirakis thinking along with us, able to make the stop and take it away. Shot down the middle by Mike. Scooped up by Billy. Thought about working the far side with a pass. We'll bring it near. Weidman keeps it off the 3. Lafredo again looking to pass. Intercepted by Billy. Good hard brush down. Looking like Tommy Atkinson on that one. Pappas has had success with quick shots or with his quick sets. When he takes time, Lafredo has really defended him well. Doesn't mean he shouldn't continue to take time. You have to take time in order to set up those quick sets. And there's Lafredo with a shot attempt, a rebound grabbed by Bilirakis. Still 2-1 here in the 4th.
It looked like Weidman told him to shoot.
Yeah, Weidman would like a little offense from back there. Another chance for Billy. That went off the post and a rebound to Weidman. Alfredo has been sensational defensively throughout the match. Weidman's looking long, looking split here maybe. Let's see. We'll go back to the straight hole. Gets a read. Tried to go long, and Bilirakis out there. Despite the fact that Scottie has had some success shooting that long pull shot, I still think it's should be primarily used to set up his inside game. He doesn't want to get too happy with that long. If he can hit a couple of good ones, he can peck away and go straight and split probably 80 or 90% of the time after that. And that's probably where his mind should be right now. Tried to brush that one through, couldn't connect. He stuck at 2-1 here for 3 or 4 minutes. Bilirakis is getting it out of there. Nice save by Lafredo, who sweeps it away. Shot back down the middle by Lafredo. That ball spinning and then eventually grabbed by Weidman. Weidman tried to bounce and then go back along the wall. Pappas looking for it. And Billy doing a good job defensively on the 5 right now. And a takeaway by Weidman. And the timeout called.
I think one of the one of the key aspects of partnership is the ability to be vulnerable, like being able to say, I think you'd be better at this, or trusting each other enough so that if you have feedback, it's like,
Yeah, and you listen.
Yeah, exactly.
I think it's important in any relationship, probably, right?
Yeah, true.
And a good partnership on the table is like a good marriage. And certainly Lafredo and Weidman have that about them. All right, here comes Billy back to the table. Still 2-1. Favor of Pappas and Bilirakis. 2-1 lead for Lafredo and Weidman. Todd Lafredo stepping into the forward position. Shooting against Mike Bilirakis. Lafredo. Finally gets a set and is able to hammer it home to make it 2-2. Back to goal goes Lafredo. What a great weapon to have. They utilize him perfectly. This configuration, again, they reached the World Championship final with Weidman at forward and Lafredo at goal, using this kind of strategy. Although at the time, back in 2016, Todd's right arm was injured, and so they really didn't have the use of that. And this is Pappas setting up a pull shot.
That was unexpected.
It's 3-2. Well, Billy had been getting blocked consistently, I think, with a shooting percentage well under 20% for the match against Lafredo. So he needed to do something different, and in this case, it was a switch of shots, and it was effective. And Weidman will pass it through, and again, will bring Lafredo to forward. All right, here comes Todd. Again, Bilirakis will defend. Todd looking for a good set. Of course, you never know when it'll come with that rolling pull shot. Does get a good one here, however. Try to go inside. Bilirakis with the block and the takeaway. 3-2 lead for Billy and Mike. That shot wide of the goal. This is Weidman back there. See if he uses that chip series. No, he pulls a pull shot down the middle on goal. Hard to see Mike Bilirakis be a little more aggressive back here offensively. Let's pick up by Billy. That's Weidman defending. Pappas fires it home. Boy, gave a good hard fake one way, went back the other, powering it to that far corner to make it 4-2. Billy Pappas, Mike Bilirakis, a goal away from sending this one down to a fifth and final game. Lafredo staying in the forward position here. And Mike able to make the block and take it away. Yeah, this is a situation where you want to see Mike trying to shoot the ball. You got a 4-2 lead. Lafredo doesn't go for the fake. Takes it away from Billy on the 5. And through the lane. Again, Bilirakis not giving him the straight. To Mike's credit.
Lafredo's been shooting very quickly.
And generally that's going to be A or B, long or straight.
Yeah.
That's what Mike has been looking at. That one rimmed off the post from Bilirakis' 2-rod. Another chance for Todd to cut the lead to 1. Let's see what he has come up with. Comes up with a flip over straight. It's 4-3. Again, I don't believe Weidman and Lafredo have a timeout remaining.
They do not, but Bilirakis and Pappas do.
Dennis Ori, CJ Cannon. I don't have a reset.
Again, looking to get Weidman a possession on the 3. Does get it to Scottie on the 5. Scottie able to hold on to it and then lose it. Chance for Pappas to send it to game 5. He'll shoot the pull shot against Lafredo. And he finds the straight hole, so Billy Pappas using a pull shot, able to give his team a 4th game win, and we will head down to one final game. The winner of this game will move on to 4th place or better, and the loser will finish 5th. So much fun, of course. Again, in this job, we get the opportunity to kind of think along with these players. Kind of be part of their strategy, or at least try to be, as we try to think along with them, anticipate what they're going to do, kind of read the whats and the whys of the inside foosball sort of approach to the game. And it's matches like this that really allow that, with all the switching, with the strategy, and again, Mike Villarak is just smiling ear to ear. No matter what, Mike is thoroughly enjoying this.
I think this is the best he's done at a major in open doubles. Win or lose. Win or lose,
yeah, 5th or better. Yeah, and I know he and Paul Smith had some nice finishes, but probably not in open at this level.
This is totally not relevant to the game, but I must admit I'm a little disappointed in Villarakis' hair, because the last time I saw him, it was a lovely shade of purple.
And can we tell what color it is here? Is it?
He took his hat off just a bit, and it's
natural.
Yeah, natural.
All right.
Doesn't look bad, but not nearly as fun as the purple.
This is a Todd thing going on. You know that, right? I'm not taking your time crack. I never do that.
Yes, folks, Billy Pappas, that's a good pull shot as well.
I'm watching this like, I wish my main shot was that good.
Oh. Over on table number 3.
Yeah, table number 3, we've got the losers bracket final of open singles. Brandon Munoz versus Robert Mares.
You, of course, can watch that. Don't leave us yet, but watch the rest of this one, then maybe head over and watch that. Or you do have the ability to pull up both screens at the same time if you're smart.
Or if you miss one, watch the replay.
Yeah, absolutely. A little disappointed that one isn't on table number 1. I'd love to see that match, but all right. I think we're finally about to get game number 5 underway. It's going to be Lafredo and Weidman on the right. It's going to be Pappas and Villarakis on the left. The winner moves on. The loser finishes 5th. As Lafredo, starting in the forward position, will put it into play. That is the call. If it was Billy's serve, if it was Billy's putting it into play, Lafredo would be starting at goalie. There's Weidman from goal with a pull shot.
Split.
Designated next. That's a single event, designated mixed. The female plays from the entire game. Designated mixed.
1-0 lead here in the 5th.
We'll give you about another 40 minutes to sign up for the designated mixed.
This is Lafredo. And that one's blocked, kind of hops in the air and into the goal. It's 1-1. One 5th game. Weidman. Billy there to make the block and make the steal. Shooting the pull shot, Billy Pappas. Strokes it home.
Nice.
Kind of half stubbed it again. It's 2-1. 2 in a row from Billy Pappas. And Mike Bilirakis, another chance here. And again, Pappas rattling off the man into the goal. It's 3-1. And Lafredo will move to forward. Todd rushes this one through. Big possession here for Lafredo. He's cut the lead to 1. Pappas.
If you are not certain about what the length of the match is supposed to be,
Here's Billy.
do not take your opponent's word for granted.
Man, that one again's going to rattle in. This time off a snake shot is set against Weidman.
Thank you.
It's match point.
Advantage of hitting it hard.
Yeah, that's right. Nobody hits it harder than Billy, and he has capitalized on that. Back comes Lafredo. Look for a score and a switcher if Todd does score it, but he can't get the rolling pull shot through. Match point for Pappas and Bilirakis. And the timeout called here.
Who does the winner play? Checking it up.
Okay, I think we got that senior doubles.
Oh, the winner plays.
Hendricks and
We don't know
Foster
yet.
play
They'll have a wait.
Chesbro and Cheryl, table number 7.
Got a match over on table number 2 with
Jenkins
Robertson and Moore
Dale
against
play
Gabriel and
Rosenstein
Romero.
And Cole.
And that went up the table. Billy now with a chance to put it
Rosenstein,
away.
Cole, table number 9. Senior doubles, Terry Rue, Dana Marr. You play
Billy?
David Brady and Damon Shoggins. Table 50.
Try to come down in the middle, blocked in, taken away by Lafredo. Lafredo, you would think, would be looking to score here. And up the pull kick just wide. Pappas able to pick it up. And come back with that pull kick wide of the goal. Billy going with a quick one. But he's continuing to get possessions, although doesn't here. And that one blocked back into the goal, and there it is. So Billy Pappas and Mike Bilirakis hold on against Scottie Weidman and Todd Lafredo as they win 5-2 in the 5th game to advance to 4th place or better. Lafredo and Weidman are going to finish 5th despite really playing well. They caught some bad breaks down the stretch, but again, as you said, that's the advantage of hitting it hard. And Billy Pappas certainly hit it hard enough to get it through, even off a couple of defensive men on 3 of those last 5 goals.
Table 11, who's winner? Raise your hand. Table 11, is it Weber and Ingram or Ross and Bauer? Table 11, can you give me a result, please, guys? Table 11, who's the winner? Table 11. Matt Weber, Brian Ingram, did you win? Richard Ross, Charlie Allmark, did you win? Just need a result. Matthew Weber, come see me on stage. I need a result. Not you guys. Okay, thank you. We are, you guys are walking to that. Both designated mixed and expert mixed are single elimination events. Designated mixed and expert mixed are both single elimination events.
That match from table 4, that I just called up to table 6. Connie Finuyan and Ryan Hummel go up against Sheila Alaris and Nathan Ham. That one's on to number 3.
Jim Stevens back with you here on table number 1 as we now have the final of pro singles. We'll still have some more open event action for you, including a rematch in the final of open singles between Brandon Munoz and Tony Spreadham. We'll have that for you. Open doubles still going on. We'll have a couple of big matches from there as well. Right now, it's the pro singles final. It's Cody Byrie on the right. It's Dewey Culpepper on the left. Cody out of the state of Washington. Dewey Culpepper from Mississippi. And right off the bat, it's 2-0 in favor of Cody, who won the winner's bracket. So, of course, Culpepper would have to defeat him in 2 best 2 out of 3s to come back and claim the pro singles title here at the 2022 Hall of Fame Classic.
Okay, last call on the concession stand bar out front. If you guys want to get you some beers that are $2 cheaper than anywhere else.
And it's now 3-0 as Cody catches a break.
And the concessions.
Byrie nicely through that high lane. Block here by Culpepper. The rebound spins back to Dewey. Always a lot of fun to watch Cody Byrie, especially when he has the ball at goal. The outstanding banker. This is one of the best goalie shooters on the Pro Tour. Good forward as well. Remember a few years ago at the Tornado World Championships in Lexington, he was in the finals of both pro doubles and pro singles, and that's saying something. That is a very strong field of pro players who compete at that event, and he ended up winning one of the 2. He's up 4-0 here in game number 1. Putting the early pressure on Dewey, who is trying to come back from the loser's side. Culpepper does find the hole down the middle here. Make it 4-1. Nicely along the near wall goes Byrie with a chance to win game number 1. Cody. We'll call timeout. Four-1 lead for Cody Byrie early on. Again, it's best 2 games out of 3. Byrie will touch 3 to put it back into play. It's 1-0 as he finds a very tight hole down the middle. Cody Byrie not taking much time to surge ahead. 1-0 in this pro singles final. Dewey Culpepper will put it into play, opening up game number 2. And Dewey able to slice that one home to open up the scoring here in this second game. Dewey down a game, down a set. Needs to start getting something going, and that's a good way to start it as he scores from goal. Fiery can't connect through the lane. And there's Myrie ripping it home to the near side. It's 1-1. Cody leading 1-0. 4 goals away from the Hall of Fame Classic Pro Singles title. Dewey trying to hold him off. And there's Cody making the switch, making the block. And let's see if he sets this one up and uses his bank approach. Now watch out here. He is deadly from here. Just looking to dump it and chase it. Couldn't grab the rebound. And Dewey trying to come back with that short side pull shot. And Cody along the wall. Fiery in control here on table number 1, leading 1-0. A chance to increase his lead here in game number 2 as he sets up the snake shot. Dewey with a block. Rebound grab by Cody on the 5.
Sullivan and Dana and Christopher and Robin, if you are requesting a rep, I'm going to need some money from you.
Myrie. We'll call timeout.
$3 each, please.
Fiery will put the ball back into play. Cody. Likes to set it just to the far side of that big dot. He's looking at that inside bank, has other options, including that one. Couldn't quite hold on to it. Dewey able to pick it up on his 5, and Culpepper now will look to advance the ball through his shooting rod, but there's Cody waiting for him on the wall to take it away. Fiery stopped on the first effort. And again, Culpepper is there. Fiery. Yeah, good defensive series there from Dewey Culpepper. That's what he's going to need to do. Needs to find a way to generate some offense as well. The only scores so far here in this second game came from the 2-rod. Culpepper will have a chance now to surge ahead here in this second game. But Fiery, again, a very good goalie. And Dewey able to keep it out. Fiery, one of those guys, and of course we're talking about it at the pro division, although I'd love to see him get an opportunity to play goal for a top forward. But a guy who's a really good goalie and a really good singles player, and there's Culpepper with his second from goal. This time a cutback pull kick. He surged ahead here 2-1 here in game number 2. Fiery will look to answer. Dewey doing a good job defensively. Had some good matches on table number 1 here today. It should continue throughout the afternoon and into the evening. About 17 minutes till 4 o'clock here in Las Vegas. I believe there are 4 teams remaining in open doubles, maybe 5. Have to look at that. And just 2 players remaining in open singles. Byrie strokes it home near side. It's 2-2.
Players, we got to get designated signed up. Today is the day that actually moves because we're trying to get people up and out of here. Designated next has to be signed up.
4 teams remaining in doubles as Kane Gabriel and Kevin Romero have eliminated Ryan Moore and Blake Robertson, who finished 5th. Romero and Gabriel will face Pappas and Villarakis. Of course, on the winner's side, Tony Spreadham and Robert Myers, Brandon Morlan and Trevor Park. Down to the final 4 in open doubles, and it's now Dewey Culpepper leading 3-2. Here in game number 2 after Cody Byrie won the first game. Cody tried to take it out to the far side with a pass, stolen away by Dewey, and then taken right back by Cody. Byrie's quick set far side, blocked by Culpepper. Dewey trying to work his way back into the match. And he finds the hole down the middle here to make it 4-2. After losing the opening game, Dewey Culpepper has fought back to get 4 of the 6 here in game number 2. And a lot of that due to some very good defense. There's Cody taking it all the way across along that outside wall. Again, the good defense continuing. Not giving him the pull kick either. Byrie will take some time. Looks like he might shoot a pull shot. No, he's going to just simply go with that far man. He saw the Culpepper, left it for him. He took it. It's now 4-3.
Signed up for designated mixed doubles, but have not paid. Please come to the counter.
Nice tic-tac stick pass by Dewey, who can send this one to a 3rd game. Culpepper. And he strokes it home, so Dewey Culpepper, a strong response here in this 2nd game. And we are tied at 1 game apiece. Third game underway. Cody Byrie will have the first scoring opportunity. Taken away again by Culpepper. And Dewey on the scoreboard first here in the third. So here comes Dewey Culpepper. Nothing lead here in the third game for Dewey Culpepper, the pro singles final. Byrie will shoot a pull shot. It's been Culpepper's defense that has gotten him back into this match. And the left hook here makes it 2-0. More good defense from Dewey. Just not giving Cody anything right now from that 3-rod. Dewey Culpepper. It's 3-0. After somewhat of a slow start, Dewey Culpepper has really turned up the heat. Much of it from the defensive side, where he has shut Cody down, while also beginning to warm up on the offensive side of the ball. From the 3-rod, started off with a couple from goal, and right now, Dewey Culpepper in control in this opening set. Here's Cody looking at the banks. Instead has it stolen away by Culpepper. Dewey started slow, finishing strong as he's up now 4-0 as he looks to send this pro singles final to a second and final set. He can do so right here. Off the outside wall goes Byrie. Make it 4-1. This is one of the best bankers in the world of foosball here in the United States, for sure. Right now, that's his only goal of this third game. And now, again, Dewey can send it to set number 2. Timeout called here by Culpepper, leading 4-1 here in the third game.
If you're going to play in designated, then you come see me and pay me for the event. Daphne, Don, Chad Penner, Sheila Rosa, and Isabel.
Dewey will put the ball back into play. Blocked up into the air and off the table by Byrie, who will put it back into play, back in his goal area. Trying to make it off that outside wall again. Rebound rolls to Culpepper on the 5. He's had a few shots to send it to set number 2. And brushed into the goal by Byrie. 2 in a row from Cody. He's cut the lead to 4-2. And Cody along the outside wall. It's 4-0 just moments ago. Cody with a quick pull kick. Culpepper uses the left hand to contain it. That one blocked back towards Culpepper's goal. And Cody from goal makes it 4-3. 3 in a row from Byrie have tightened things up here in this third and final game of the opening set of the Pro Singles Final. And Dewey can't connect on the pass. One almost stolen, then stabbed into the goal. It's championship point for Cody Byrie, who has scored 4 in a row. And Culpepper will step away and call timeout. Dewey feeling pretty good there for a little while as he was up 4-0. Had a couple of shots to close it. Couldn't do so, and a flurry by Byrie has tied it at 4 goals apiece. Culpepper will put it into play. Byrie defending with the right hand on the 5. Dewey able to go through that near lane, can send it to set number 2 once again right here. He sets up the snake shot. Rocks. Shot attempt blocked by Byrie, and it's going to roll to Cody on the 3-run. He's got a chance to win the championship. Can he reel that one in? Looks like it is right at the very tip. He is able to bring it in, and he calls time out. Cody Byrie was down 4-0 here in this third game.
Inside match on table 2.
Couple from goal, 1 from the 5. He's worked his way back into it. And a chance now to win it as he sets up the pull shot, strokes it home, and there it is. Cody Byrie comes back from a 4-0 deficit in the third game with 5 in a row, closing it out with a pull shot to win the 2022 Las Vegas Hall of Fame Pro Singles Championship.
Terry Root to the stage, Terry Root.
I try not to let the nerves get involved.
Yeah, that's my struggle. And it's not, I don't feel nervous sometimes. It's just all of a sudden like right here.
Yeah. We'll play it. We'll stay into it.
Can we get a pro referee to the stage? Pro referee to the stage.
Still in some stuff, aren't you?
Dewey going to
Yeah, pro double. We played for Kingston, I think, in pro double.
Congratulations to our runner-up in pro singles, Dewey Culpepper. And our 2022 Las Vegas Hall of Fame pro singles champion, Cody Myrie. Take number one, team seat. Trevor Ford, Brandon Morlan, John Freeman, and Robert Morris. This one will take number one. Top of the winners bracket, open doubles. Trevor Park, Brandon Morlan, Tony Freeman, Robert Morris. Get your seats. It's going to be a great match to watch. The team seat. Open doubles.
I'm gonna play him for his winnings. You have to play. I need to play you. I've never played you at a house. We're gonna play in a long time. We're gonna play. We're gonna play for his winnings. Did you say he did? I did. I'll get that one day. I have too much fun. I'm coming for you.
corner. It's spin once and once. We're fixing to take you out. Designated to need your pay. Come see us now.
Once again, Sven from Denmark, we need your designated mixed entry fee.
Table number 1, we need Trevor Clark, Randy Morlan, Scottie Weidman, and Morlan. They don't take number 1.
We had to play on it for 10 minutes before that. Before that's okay. Whatever you think.
No.
Super Bowl feel, where it bounces off the wall and comes up.
Like, why'd you take me there, dude? no, it looks like draft.
And hi again, everybody. Jim Stevens coming to you once again from the 2022 Hall of Fame Classic as we bring you the winner's bracket final of open doubles. Tony Sprademan and Robert Mares on the left, Brandon Morlan, Trevor Park on the right, and of course Brandon Brad Anderson played an incredible match yesterday in getting to this point.
Yeah, in fact, I talked to Brandon after the match, and I said, you know, you probably could have done different in that match.
Yeah, you asked him, what could he do different?
What could he do different? And then I went, nothing.
Nothing.
He played about as good as he could. He was so consistent, and he played smart. I'm curious to see how what's going to happen here. That was yesterday, so these guys are been off the table for a little while.
Yeah, for sure. But still, and you would hope that they don't have to dig their way out of too deep of a hole, because you know Tony Sprademan and Robert Mares, who are kind of warmed up from playing singles, are in the groove right now. They're going to come out and play well to open up this match. They're already up 1-0 here in game number one. Well, it's great to work with you, Brad. We've, of course, I don't know if you folks at home listening know this, but Brad Anderson has worked more matches with me than any other expert analyst in some of the biggest matches in the history of the sport, including what we consider the greatest match of all time, the 2006 World Cup match between the United States and France. Lots of World Championship matches, Texas State, Hall of Fame Classic. So it's great to have Brad here coming in from his home on the Big Island of Hawaii to join us, and we're even at one after that one.
Well, you know, like I say, I've done all those matches, and as you say, I think I've probably done more with you.
Shout out, by the way, to Mr. Mark Torres listening in. Thank you, Mark, for the kind text.
But I have to feel I have to come out once in a while and pad that total just in case someone might be coming up from.
Yeah, it's you know, I've had the pleasure of working with so many people over the years, and all of them are a little bit different. Some good, and some great. And so it's great to be back with you here in Las Vegas. Brandon Morlan will set it up, try to go down the middle against Munoz. And Robert Munoz, third place finisher in open singles this week, and Robbie's been playing some good singles, and we have that to look forward to as well, Brandon.
Yeah, absolutely. But I was going to say, it always comes down to, not just, with Trevor, but it always comes down to whoever's defending against Tony Sprademan, what kind of job they're going to do is going to have obviously a huge impact on whether the team's going to win or not.
Yeah, and of course that's because Tony is going to get the ball.
Yes.
It's inevitable. That's one thing you can count on is Tony Sprademan will have possessions. And Brandon Morlan, of course, has to hold his own on the 5. If he plays anything like he did yesterday, that shouldn't be a problem. Trevor, of course, kind of underrated as a goalie.
Well, Brandon and Tony, they have a history of partners and obviously playing against each other, so they know each other's games really well.
Yeah. 6-time Texas State champions together as a team. That one around and back in against Trevor. It's 2-1.
And you play with somebody enough times, you really start to get a really good feel of what they're going to do in a particular situation.
Yeah.
I'm waiting. Brandon Morlan just ripped an absolutely nasty long to start off to get that point, and I'm just curious to see if, again, the previous match against Ryan Moore and Blake Robertson, he started off shooting some longs and scored fairly well, but then the rest of the match he started working the inside of the goal, and that's really what the smart shooting by Brandon Morlan is really what took the victory.
Such a smart player, no question about it. And, Brandon Morlan, a future Hall of Famer. In fact, Brandon is 41 years old. He's eligible to go into the Hall of Fame. He finished at, I believe, number 38, 39 on our list of top 50 greatest players ever. When you look at his resume, it's impressive.
Yeah.
This is a great player, one of the best players in the history of the American Tour, and a guy that will end up in the Hall of Fame. But he's also a guy that we sort of underrate and we continue to forget about. When we're talking about the best players on tour, we always talk about, of course, we talk about Ryan Moore, Tony Sprademan, Robert Munoz, Blake Robertson, these guys, and then we forget, oh, wait a minute. Brandon Morlan, look at the guy's record.
He doesn't do anything flashy. He just gets the job done.
And from both positions. And able to stub that one back in to even it up at 2 here in game number 1. That's 3 games out of 5. The winners will advance to the Open Doubles Finals.
And even though it's the first game, it's hard to tell if anybody's going to establish some momentum, and so far that hasn't happened. It's been pretty close.
And I think that's good news for Moreland and Park, because so often Tony Sprademan and Robert Mars can jump on you early and really grab that momentum and sometimes not give it up. But in this case, it's pretty even. It's really no clear, as you say, momentum owner at this early stage of the match.
They start getting a little momentum, and then they really hit the accelerator, and you got to really try to slow them down however you can.
We have that Tony Sprademan and Brandon Munoz Open Singles final to look forward to, and it's really something. At this juncture, nobody is surprised that Brandon Munoz is in the final of Open Singles. That's how good he has gotten. We knew he was physically good. Now he's also mentally pretty good as well. Although the match earlier against Sprademan, and we'll see that rematch, but Tony, it was just amazing to see the adjustments he made to come back after that early deficit to Munoz. So we'll talk about that more as that match is held here on table number 1. Something to look forward to. Right now, it's the winner's bracket final. Tony will pick this one up, set it up against Trevor. Here's Tony, trying to go out to that far side, blocked by Trevor, who is a very good defensive player. You know what you're going to get from Trevor Park. You're going to get solid defense. You're going to get good, smart play, the occasional score from goal back there. And there it is, the reaction after the block. Up the table and in for Park. It's 3-2.
I think Trevor, again, he doesn't get into the conversation of really good goalies, but boy, every time you watch him play, he's just so solid. And again, he'll always come over with a big point.
4 teams remaining in open doubles. These two, of course. And then in the loser side of the bracket, Billy Pappas, Mike Bilirakis. Boy, it's great to see Pappas back out on tour. They'll go up against Kevin Romero and Kane Gabriel, who knocked Blake Robertson and Ryan Moore, the world champions, out of the event.
That's a bit of a surprise. I figured those guys were going to be right there at the end.
And a smart timeout here from Brandon Morlan. It's 3-2 here in the first game in favor of Moreland and Park.
And just to let the fans know out there, it appears that Mark Torres is drunk texting today.
Yeah, no, I love that.
Which is great. It's we like to hear from Mark, especially when he's maybe not all
had
there.
A couple? Brandon Morlan will put the ball back into play and quickly find that short hole, that straight, to make it 4-2. And this is what Brandon Morlan and Trevor Park wanted. They wanted to get off to a quick start. Now, again, remember, Brandon Morlan and Trevor Park won the Colorado State Championships last year in a very deep field. Everybody was there. And it was a great performance in a match in a championship final that was held at 5 in the morning on Monday. And there's Brandon closing it out here in game number 1. Brandon Morlan, Trevor Park surge ahead here in this winner's bracket final of open doubles. They lead 1-0, and the teams will switch sides.
First game win is absolutely huge. Now we'll see how Tony and Rob react here, see if they can get the energy level back up a little bit and get the aggressiveness.
Well, is there any doubt that that's going to happen?
I don't really have it. No,
you can count on with Tony Spredeman in particular after a loss. You know, you can look at maybe the 3 greatest players in the history of American table soccer, Frederick Collignon, Todd Alfredo, and Tony Spredeman. One thing they do incredibly well is to respond after a loss. They come back and at 80% of the time win the game following a loss. So, Brad, you're from Minnesota, of course, steeped in tradition. You were there, late 70s, early 80s, the tournament soccer. You hung out. You played softball with some of those great players.
I was fortunate to be able to, and I mean, played foosball, but I also got to play a lot of softball and really know a lot of the guys. The obviously the Allwells, the Brent Bednars, the Mike Bellses, and and I got to watch those guys play and occasionally get to play against them if I made it that far in the bracket.
But you lived in Minnesota, so you were part of that scene. But you've retired. You worked for 3M for many years, and now you have moved to the big island of Hawaii. And the only reason I bring it up is because, I'm pretty jealous, right?
We did have a rather long conversation this morning at breakfast, me describing life. And
me just soaking it in. I love Hawaii, of course, and you're now there. And we're going to visit you, I promise. But that's pretty
open
neat.
Invitation. That only goes for you. Anybody listening out there, forget it.
Yeah. Oh, I thought it was for, okay. Just me. Thank you. Wife and kids, maybe.
Yeah. No, we love it over there. It's been a long time coming, and had the opportunity to finally make the move. And when you've grown up in the middle of winter, with the winters, it finally gets to you a bit.
All right. Brandon Morlan, Trevor Park come out and win game number 1 as Tony Spredeman, now on the right with his partner Robert Mares, puts it back into play, passes it through, and will set it up against Trevor. Looking for goal number 1 of game number 2 as Tony aggressively walks it against Park. Had to come near side there. Trevor to make the block and take it away. Trevor Park, of course, came up late 1990s as the next big thing. Reached a 10 or 11 finals without winning before finally securing a win in 2005 in Chicago at the Nationals. But he was a forward. And then he began playing with Billy Pappas, primarily because he and Billy were such good friends. And also, of course, great players. But he began to play more goalie. And Trevor became a really good goalie playing with Billy. They would mix it up a little bit as he turns it over, of course.
It's the Jim Stevens curse right there.
And it's 1-0 in favor of Spredeman and Mares. But because of that, I think it made him a better player. Playing with Lewis Cartwright, he was mostly a forward, 80%. Well, with Billy, he was mostly a goalie, and it made him a better all-around player, and I think he's reaping those benefits these days as he has that ability to settle in and basically become a goalie. Look at the pass there. Tony takes it across, bounces, passes, sets it up. Walks it far side. Tried to take it back out to that far side. Trevor thinking along with him, made the block. Quick clearing effort by Trevor. Ends up on the 5 of his partner, Brandon Morlan.
Yeah, the early aughts in the 2000s, Trevor really, look at
Big
that.
left hook by Morlan. Makes it 1-1.
I love the aggressiveness right there. But he really made his name playing doubles. And, of course, he was in a couple of the best doubles matches that ever been played.
And I was talking about this the other day with Adam, off the air. As Tony now will set it up and rock it. Looking for the lead against Park and finds that near corner to make it 2-1. We've talked about this on Food Stock Live as well, which you can listen to every Sunday night at 9 p.m. Eastern. But if Trevor Park had a match point in the Open Doubles Final in 2000. He had a match point in the Open Doubles Final in 2001. If he wins those 2 matches, right?
2 more points. 2 more points.
2 more points. What does that do for the way we look at him?
Yeah, it changes it completely.
Yeah.
Because he got kind of the reputation of the runner-up.
But potentially 2 back-to-back doubles world championships with Ian Cartwright. I mean, how does that change foosball history, right? And that's foosball. It's a game, as Adam likes to say, a game of centimeters, and certainly that was the case there. But we are looking at him as an obvious. He'd already be in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
He'd already be in the Hall of Fame with
Absolutely.
those 2 points. Isn't that something?
And as you mentioned, like it's him pairing with Billy Pappas, and they got a couple of titles in there, and he just doesn't get mentioned these days.
No, and in our top 50 all-time players, he did finish in the top 56. Trevor just outside the top 50 with players like Karen Gilliland and Mark Crowell, Terry Rue, all receiving votes. Here's Morland. City and finding the straight hole.
And again, he's working the inside of the goal.
Yeah, for me, I think at this stage, and we tend to forget about Brandon, but we're not going to anymore. The best players in American table soccer are Tony Spredeman and Ryan Moore. All right, well, that's a given.
I think we can agree on that, yeah.
Number 3 might be Brandon Morley.
For the last, 5 years, maybe? He's really come around. He's just, he had a period where, like, he's raising a family and everything else.
He'd show up in Texas and still finish high,
exactly.
But that was it. Right?
Yeah.
Nice pass here by Munoz to Spredeman. But looking at what he's done, a world championship, of course, in doubles with Tommy Orr Jr., a couple of finals appearances in majors as well. This is quite simply one of the best players in the world. I guess the other 4 players in contention. Your top 6 is going to be obviously Spredeman and Moore, Morland, Robertson, Mares, and Lafredo. I think we can kind of say that. And even Todd, who's had a bit of a down time, you still kind of have to put him in there.
Yeah.
Because he can beat anybody at any time, potentially.
Well, with Todd, the best thing he does is be able to adjust to an opponent.
Yeah, incredible. Now, the other name I'm going to toss in there is Brandon Munoz. At this stage of the game, Munoz, and certainly his singles exploits in particular. Nice pick up here by Morley. Brandon shooting against Mares. He shot it well so far. And fires that one down the middle.
It was interesting. I was in the stands watching that match with Brandon Munoz and Tony Spredeman, and you heard people talk about a glitch in the matrix. So it's like watching things happen on the table, and all of a sudden you think someone clipped a couple of frames of the video, and like ball went from there to there, and
it's extraordinary.
Some sort of quantum.
And then Munoz goes into that pull kick out of nowhere, right?
Yeah.
However, that was a really intriguing match, and right now this is too, because Brandon Morland and Trevor Park now with a chance to go up 4-2 here in the second game. Brandon fires that one home.
Again, I love his aggressiveness right here, and he's really changing things up a lot of times. And that was a big point to go 4-2.
One thing I liked about that singles final was, Tony, and I talked about it on the air with Miriam, who was working with me, and that Tony loves a challenge, right? There's nothing Tony loves more. It's not about winning or losing for Tony. It's about testing himself, right? And Munoz came out and jumped on him, and it was a challenge for him. But to see the way that Tony responded was amazing. I mean, you talk about elite, you talk about high-end foosball. That's what we saw from Tony Spredeman in response to his antagonist, Brandon Morlan, in that match. And we're looking forward to another one here coming up, the Open Singles Final.
Sitting in the stands, kind of discussing back and forth and watching the match, because he's young and he's got a heck of a lot of energy. But what I saw is that he's a little undisciplined. Whereas, like, Tony plays a really fast game, but he's disciplined. He knows exactly what he's going to do.
But Munoz is more disciplined than he used to be, which is great. He is evolving. Meanwhile, here it's 4-2 in the second game in favor of Morland and Park.
And again, I mean, you've watched him a lot more than I have, but from what I've seen, actually, the kid's phenomenally talented.
Yeah.
And he's not afraid of anybody.
No.
You know, that'll get you a long ways.
And his pull kick out of nowhere is unlike anything I've ever seen. No one has ever been able to do it like that. Meanwhile, here it's 4-2, and with Morlan and Park in control, Mata is able to pick this one up on the 3-rod. Generally, they'll let Robbie go ahead and shoot this ball. Why wouldn't you? He's a world championship forward. That shot attempt does get through to make it 4-3.
The only other thing I've noticed with Brandon Munoz is I see a lot of times when ill-advised plays or shots or whatever it is. So, again, that kind of gets back to the play discipline.
Here's Morlan, this time against Spredeman. Brandon has shot it so well. He really has played pretty close to the way he did yesterday. He's been spectacular so far here in this match. Tony sends that one up the table. Mata's had it, lost it, gets it back. Do you use a timeout here? No, you go for it. You have it blocked up into the air and off the table. Right now, Tony is settled in at goal. That's the plan here.
Talk about underrated goalies.
Yeah. Especially on the defensive side.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And so I wonder if I ever see the day, like, Todd Lafredo kind of hitched his wagon to the Frederick Collignon.
Yeah, Tony someday. And Montes finds the near side.
And I can't see that happening.
No. And again, we talk about the versatility of teams like Lafredo and Weidman, Morland and Park. Well, Montes and Spredeman have that same kind of versatility. You don't lose a whole lot when you get Montes up there at forward, and certainly you may gain. I think Spredeman's a better defensive goalie against the 3-rod, maybe than Montes even is. We're seeing that right here as we are now even at 4. You're in game number 2. Morland, pass attempt knocked back towards the goal, kept out by Park. Trevor, who has been known to hit a big shot or two during the course of his career. The pass here, though. Again, Morland will set it up against Tony, looking to win game number 2. Brandon. He faked and then tried to go long. Tony out there to make the block. Rebound comes back to Brandon. He's going to look inside here. Tried to come back with a dink somehow. Tony able to make the block. Scrambled after by Montes, and eventually it's Morlan. What a block by Tony. That hole was seemingly there. Wow, that's great foosball.
I like that. Again, you're doing what you have to win. And if you can keep the other team off balance, especially a team of like Tony Spredeman and Rob Mars, if you can get them off balance at all.
And a timeout called here by Morlan. I know Trevor reached across and maybe was talking about some shaking of the ball. And Morlan said, no. This is all good stuff, good foosball. And I think it was.
We got 4-4 second game, though. This point is going to determine the outcome of this match.
It's bigger, I think, for Morland and Park than it is for
Spredeman
and Montes.
It sets them up at a really advantageous spot to be 2 games up.
You still get the sense this thing's probably going 5.
Would not surprise me one bit.
No matter what happens. And taken away here by Montes. Robert tried to brush that one through the lane. Picked up here by Park.
Let's see what Trevor can do here.
Trevor tried to bring it down the middle. Morland able to scoop up the rebound. He'll now look to advance it. And he does along that near wall. Another chance for Morland to give his team a 2-0 lead, shooting against Tony Spredeman. Brandon. strokes it home. Wow. It's 2-0, and boy, is Brandon Morlan playing well.
That was a great pick, too, because, Tony's really, even though he's moving his men around, he's still kind of going to race that ball out there. And
if Brandon Morlan plays like this, all right, well, let's take this version that we saw yesterday in that amazing performance that we're seeing in this match. Is there any question he's the third best player?
At this point, I would, that's not far-fetched. You make a very good argument for that.
And a guy capable of winning. Obviously, they won at Colorado State. They're capable, certainly, of winning here. Brandon did not have a great showing in singles this weekend, however.
And I think, like I mentioned before, Brandon kind of took some time off to, family matters stuff. And a lot of times that stuff changes your perspective on the game.
It does.
You come into a tournament or stuff, keeping your expectations at a certain level. And so you come and play relaxed, and you focused, and you don't get too high, don't get too low. That's going to help you be successful every single time.
Absolutely, and I think you and I can attest to that fact as well. Having kids, having a family, all of that changed the way we look at things, right? And what's important? What are our priorities?
Exactly.
When you deal with childbirth and when you deal with raising a kid, having a 4-4 ball, it's like nothing. No big deal.
Yeah.
We're just going to do our thing.
This is fun. This is recreation. This is just playing a sport.
Sure.
It ain't life and death.
Nope. Two games to nothing lead for Brandon Morlan and Trevor Park, who played so well at Colorado State in winning that championship and have continued here this weekend. This is a great team.
Now that's interesting. So like the last game, Robert Myers played a majority of that game up at forward. But even the first game, I think they kept Tony Sprademan's possessions on the 3-rod to a minimum. Obviously, they definitely kept it to a minimum in the second game. But
And it's been shown throughout the years with Robert Myers playing goalie, he is a better defender against snake shots than he is against pull shots. He has had some difficulties defending the best pull shots in the game, and that's why Tony ended up back there a substantial amount of the time. Now, let's see what happens as we open up game number 3. Tony turning it over.
Write that one down.
Don't see that very often, do you? Quick left hook towards the goal by Morlan.
He's taking chances, and again, I really like that attitude.
Nothing to lose.
Absolutely not.
Nope. Now this is elite high-end stuff we are watching here on table number 1. And back comes Trevor. It's 1-0, hitting on all cylinders right now. Morlan and Park up 2 games, up a goal. But still, with this guy on the table, you never count him out. And there's Tony finding that near corner. It's 1-1. Switch for defensive purposes here. Tony will return, I think, in an offensive situation. 1-1 here in the third game. Morlan, whose 5 has been outstanding. And finding that straight hold, Tony left it a little bit too long. Morlan able to exploit it and give his team a 2-1 lead. Back comes Tony, who has returned to the forward position, hammering it home. Dead man near side. It Sprademan to make it 2-2.
I definitely detect a energy elevation in Tony Sprademan here. He's getting up on his toes.
Is Morlan playing with incredible confidence right now as Brandon sets it up against Munoz and strokes it home.
Got a little break on that one. A lot of point. Looks the same in the box score.
You make your own breaks. You make them in the way that Brandon Morlan is playing. He's going to get some breaks, but it's manufactured as much as that sort of thing can be. Luck is the residue of design, and certainly he has been designing things really well.
And desperation is a stinky cologne. Is that
I think that's maybe the.
We haven't gotten to that point yet.
To that.
Grab the Febreze.
Sprademan will put it back into play. Tony. Look for him to score and then switch here. But first, he's got to get it through Park, which he does. Let's see. Now Tony's going to defend on the 5.
Now, we saw again this the match yesterday where they came in and started trading goals. And Brandon was absolutely great in that respect. Every time the other team would score, he would respond.
His 5 was at 70+%. His 3 as well, and that's been the case here in this match as well. And the rolling pull shot, it's match point for Brandon Morlan and Trevor Park. Another incredible performance from Morlan.
And that was a result of him working the goal, inside of the goal so much previous in this match.
Tony. 4-4.
And here we go.
No switch. Wow. Tony thinking about it, then decides to defend the 5 instead. There's Morlan.
See if we take a timeout here.
Yeah, he's going to. Yep.
Yeah, good call.
Uh-huh. I think he intended to call a timeout the entire time.
Yeah.
4-4, third game, 2 games to nothing lead for Brandon Morlan and Trevor Park, who have played spectacular foosball here on table number 1 again.
That timeout by Brandon there, just let him just step back from the table, just take a breath and regroup.
All right, he'll come out.
And a good pass, good shot.
Something in mind. You always want to have a game plan, even a micro game plan for this individual ball. Try to go along the wall, taken away by Tony. And Tony Spredeman will call timeout.
I half expected a left hook attempt, just as a kind of a exclamation point on the match.
Jim Stevens and Brett Anderson with you here on table number 1. What a pleasure it is to hear Mr. Anderson's voice with us.
Man, you need to get out more.
Possession of the ball on the 5 of Tony Spredeman. Who will put the ball back into play. Morland defending. Tony bounces it through. Will set it up, looking to extend the match. Shooting against Trevor Park, Tony Spredeman. Jokes it home to the near side. It's 2 games to 1.
Brandon a little disappointed with himself on that last possession.
Man, is this high-end foosball or
I love it.
what?
I love it.
Yeah.
And by the way, Brandon Morlan is just such a good guy. I mean, he's so much fun to talk to. And
is there a bad guy on this table right now?
No.
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 Of course,
so I had to pick one of the 4, though.
Yeah. Don't go there. Do not go there. And of course, as somebody who really has watched, we watched Trevor Park grow up there in Southern California. I've known Trevor since he was a very young teenager. Tony Spredeman, of course, really hit the pro tour at a very young age. Brandon Morlan, second generation player, who we, got to know when he was still a teenager. So it's kind of, for you and I who have been around for a bit, watching these players grow and mature into what they are now, which is, and I have been trying to come up with a word for it. It's like, Mark Torres loves to use the 10,000 hour sort of thing.
Oh, I thought it was the 10,000 word thing.
Well, it might be that too.
Okay.
That's just for him though. But these guys are at 40, 50, 80, 100,000 hours. And it's more, even more than an art form. It is so much an expression of themselves and doing something at truly the highest level. And it is a pleasure to watch supreme excellence, and we're seeing that here. Certainly in this
speaking
match.
of these, watching these guys grow up. I mean, 3 of the 4 guys on the table we considered to be the kids, right?
Yeah.
Coming up, and again, like I say, Brandon's, what did you say, he was 41?
Yeah, Brandon's 41, Tony 37, Trevor also, I think now about 40.
Yeah.
Modest could play senior doubles, I believe. But still, the youthfulness of Robert Modest. All right, so opening up here with Brandon Morlan putting the ball into play, that means Tony is going to get back in a defensive situation here. If this was obviously Tony and Modest ball, we'd see Tony at forward. And there's Brandon.
Still working inside.
Playing with extraordinary confidence. Tony back to forward. We talk about it, and as someone who has covered the tour internationally, turnover here by Tony. Morland will set it up and try to go to that quick straight, blocked in, taken away by Mares. We talk about, great foosball, of course, in Germany, in France, in Italy. And there's Mares with a pull kick to make it 1-1. The Netherlands, in Northern Europe, in Southern Europe, all around the world. Great foosball. But when it comes to the major leagues, when it comes to the elite game, I don't think there's anything better than this, or at the Tornado Worlds. And it's not necessarily just the table, but that's part of it. But when you see the game played like this, I don't think there's anything better.
Yeah, I mean, it's been played. I think a lot of it is like the American players that bring such a professionalism to the game, and it's been that way since the 70s, where it's really taken seriously as a professional, and it sets a good example for the players in other countries and around the world.
And there's Morlan ripping home a pole shot to make it 2-1. And again, the evidence is there. Obviously, what we see here on the Tornado Tour is one thing. But these players, these great American players, go overseas. They've won 6 of the 10 World Cups. Tony Spredeman won the Leonhardt World Singles Championship. Ryan Moore he tripled at the Roberto Sport World Championships. Yep. Billy Pappas has won the Garlando World Championships. And that, again, a testament to the greatness of these American players. And again, as someone who is an unbiased international foosball fan, the evidence is all there that these American players, these elite American players, Frederick Collignon, obviously in a class of his own, that's a whole different matter. But even Fred, to some degree, is an American player, right?
Yeah.
As great as he was before he came on the Tornado Tour, he'd be the first one to tell you that he came and he played in the major leagues, and he became the best player in the major leagues on the American Tour. And then, of course, the best player on every table by proxy.
But something like Rob Atha.
Yeah.
I mean, if you didn't know where he was from, you'd swear he's an American player because the style he plays. And he had been coming to the U.S. for so many years.
Yeah. But the only way you become an elite international player like that can win on any table is to have played the American Tour.
Right.
And all the greats. Yanni Correa has come over here to play. Kevin Hunsdorfer. They'll all tell you. They'll say this. I became a better player after playing Tornado.
And we've always said, though, that, I mean, a good player is going to be a good player at any table.
Yeah.
We saw that specifically, like, at least for me, we went to Italy in 2007 to the ITSF World Championships while Tommy Atkinson came over the first time. And I don't think he'd ever play, let alone maybe seen or
finished second in open singles. Yeah.
And he had a match against Wolfgang Ressler that it was 5-6 deep people trying to watch the match. And Tommy eventually was victorious. But he adapted. We watched him play, like, certain things he couldn't do. Well, you know what? I'm still going to be banging the ball. I'm moving the ball to the right as often as I can.
Yeah. And Cindy Head, another example,
absolutely,
of course,
absolutely.
when she won internationally as well.
Absolutely.
And so it's not a pro-American thing. It's just a result of this table, a result of the history of the American style of play, which has been adopted by nearly every country now, right? They're playing that 70s style of play everywhere now with advancements, with evolution, snake shot, etc. Two games to one lead for Brandon Morlan and Trevor Park. The bright lights of Las Vegas. Jim Stevens and Brad Anderson. Tony has that one blocked by Trevor. 2-1 lead here in games and score for Brandon Morlan and Trevor Park, as Tony now will set it up. That one wide of the goal. A rebound grabbed by Park. And there's something to be said. Now, chemistry, obviously, I talked about this with Merriam earlier. In the 1970s, there were teams, right? Always played together, whether it was Wiz and Ferb, Bells and Bednar, whoever. And that we kind of went away from that a little bit in the 90s when players started kind of mixing it up. There were a couple, obviously, Moore and Diaz. Maybe that was about it. Later, it was Gummison and McMillan. But for the most part, we have kind of gone back in that direction a little bit. And so much of it, as Tony finds the back of the goal to make it 2-2. So much of that is about chemistry, isn't it? You look at the chemistry with Spredeman and Munoz. You look at the chemistry with Morlan and Park, or Lafredo and Weidman. It really adds so much. 1 + 1 = 3, right?
Greater than the sum of its parts.
Here's Tony now looking to give his team the lead. Setting it up off center, far side. and finds the near side of the goal.
What I would say about that, though, because I think a lot of times, at least kind of the modern game, is some of these guys have become really good friends, and I don't know if that was the case. I think there was definitely some serious rivalry and back in the 70s. You know, people that just didn't like other people. You know, these guys are all friends, and they spend so much time together at these tournaments, and you know, they experiment, they try different combinations, and sometimes they click and sometimes they don't, even though they may look good on paper.
Not much of a hole there. Tony found it. And they're now a goal away from sending this to a 5th and final game. But that's a lot of it. As we know, Spreadman and Munoz, great friends. Moreland and Park. Gummison and McMillan, best friends, right?
Right.
Best men at weddings. And stuck back into the goal by Spreadman. It's 2 games apiece.
I think I mentioned it before, but I remember at a tournament one time, Tony asked me, what do I need to do to win a world doubles championship? And I said, you got to find somebody that you want to win for them more than you want to win for yourself.
Yep, that's a great point.
Ego goes out the window. You just do what you need to do. And I don't know if he took that to heart, but it certainly looks like he's gotten his doubles titles.
And again, he'd have more doubles titles. I mean, obviously, we've talked about it with Tony. Business decisions led to him playing with other partners,
right.
You know, the Steve Grants and the David Merrings, etc. And I think it has cost him a little bit in terms of legacy, in terms of stats, and maybe he would have even finished second on our top 50 list if he had 2 or 3 more world championships, which he may have gotten had he played with Munoz on a more regular basis. And, you know,
true. I mean, and he's had good finishes with those guys, but he's never been able to really carry one to the finish line.
He came as close as anybody could, of course.
You know,
I believe he had even a 3rd place finish with David Merring, which
I want to say a 4th,
maybe.
I think he made Worlds in 1 year.
Yeah. And
anyways, it's.
But still, you know,
you got to trust your partner, though. That's such a huge key to success in doubles. And trust them just to be out there and to be there for you if you need help, you know.
Sure. And we see that now with Blake Robertson and Ryan Moore, the defending Tornado World Champions, defending multi-table World Champions as well. With Ryan playing goalie.
Right. I mean, how many times have we seen a pairing on a paper that looks like, oh, how can they lose?
Yeah.
And it doesn't always work that way. They for whatever reason, they don't click, or you play with someone for a while, you know what they do.
Yep.
You know the tendencies, and you know
we look back
how they play.
Look back on Amadas when he was teamed up with Terry Rue, you know, winning a world championship with Robert playing the forward position. They also won the Nationals the following year.
Yeah.
Table number 2.
All right, here we go, 5th game.
Table number 2, the finals of junior doubles.
Speaking of that, though, so like I've been watching a little this week, Todd Alfredo and Scottie Weidman playing. And they're absolute textbook as far as a team and as far as strategy in a match and a game. Watching them switch, and they know they've played enough times together. They know when they need to make a change or when to switch, and Todd, like I say, you just...
Without saying, it's really very organic the way they play together. Here we go, 5th game underway. Pass attempt by Morlan, taken away by Spreadman. Brandon Morlan, Trevor Park won the first 2 games. Tony Spreadman and Robert Munoz, again, no big surprise that we're here in this 5th game. I think it was almost inevitable no matter what happened early on. And that one up the table. You saw Munoz just trying to clear that zone. Tony knocked it wide, picked up here by Park.
And each one of these teams wants to absolutely get on the board first to try to establish some momentum in this game.
Watch out, Trevor. Had that one stuffed in that earlier game. And Morland now will have a chance to strike first here in the 5th as he sets it up, goes with a quick one, blocked and taken away by Munoz. Robert, the Hall of Famer. Tony, I think will be 37, and that one knocked in. It's 1-0. Tony Spreadman, turning 37 this year. When he turns 40, he will be inducted into the Hall of Fame. Spreadman and Munoz starting to turn it up here, and a chance to go up 2-0 in the 5th. Tony fires it home, far side.
So we may get an early timeout here to let those guys regroup a little bit.
The Tom York timeout would be a good one right here. Morland electing not to. Goes through that high lane.
And he managed to grab it. Big shot. There it is.
Stroking it home. Morlan continuing to play with great confidence. Has cut the lead in half. It's now 2-1 here in game number 5. And the steal almost by Morlan. Couldn't hold on to it. It squibs back to Munoz. Robert, quick clearing effort. Scooped up by Spreadman. Tony through the lane. A rare dropped pass from Tony Spreadman.
I'm waiting
Up
for
the table. A nice clear by Park.
I'm waiting for Rob Morris to kind of assert himself offensively back there.
He can do it. Here's Morland. Comes around the ball and then strokes it home. It's 2-2. What a beautiful shot by Brandon Morlan.
That was a good shot. And not an easy thing to do.
How hard that is to do. Exactly.
Yeah, that's absolutely right.
Back comes Tony. Spread him in against Park. Tony fires it home near side. Kind of lulls you to sleep with those little tiny incremental taps of the ball. Then quickly drills it to that near corner to make it 3-2.
Now it's going to come down to who can score 2 goals in a row.
Morlan. Brandon can't connect. Comes back to Munoz. I think Robert, for the most part, is not as aggressive offensively. Doesn't feel he needs to be when playing with Tony. Just looking to clear, looking to get possessions. But we know Rob can be extraordinarily explosive back there. Tony able to poke this one forward. We'll set it up. And it's match point for Tony Spreadman and Robert Munoz.
Yeah, that's the one way I always talk about, that big point right there, 4-2 or 3-3. You know,
Tony again, as he did in the open singles winners bracket final, demonstrating his ability to make adjustments. Morland and Park played a tremendous first 2 games, but Spreadman makes the adjustments, digs defensively on the 5, begins to, of course, make the appropriate adaptations on the 3-rod as well, and has gotten his team in a situation where they just need a goal to advance, but Morland able to come back to cut the lead to 1.
Better possession by Brandon right there. Took his time.
And Tony will call timeout.
You know, the 2 matches I've done this week, and I've picked a couple of good ones.
You sure have, yeah. And for me, you know, I have not worked an open, a major championship since November in Colorado. And to get a chance to watch these great players and commentate the best players in the world is such a pleasure and so much fun. As Tony now will put the ball back into play. Pass attempt blocked by Brandon. Rebound comes back to Spreadman. 4-3 lead here in the 5th. Tony now with a chance to send his team to the finals as he sets it up in snake shot position. Spreadman. And the shot attempt blocked and taken away by Park.
Not going to give up that easy.
Trevor up the table. Munoz is able to pick it up.
See, Rob kept something in the back pocket here.
Slides that one up the table, picked off by Morland. Brandon dancing with the ball, tried to brush it up, couldn't connect. And it's Munoz in possession.
Oh,
and stuffed
man.
back into the
Here we
goal
go.
by Morland. It's 4-4, and into overtime we go.
Now it's party time. Let's go. Come on. As long as it keeps us entertained, that's really all that matters.
That's what it's all about, sure. And a timeout called here by Morland and Park. Even at 4, here in the 5th and final game. What do you got there?
I have a candy bar. It's chocolate. It's called a Wowie bar.
Wowie, and where's it from?
Produced on the island of Maui. Locally produced or locally sourced ingredients.
So you're doing Maui Wowie right here in the booth?
Oh, yeah. This one happens to be dark chocolate.
Oh.
Kona coffee and toffee.
Outstanding. Here we go. Tony Spreadman will put it into play. Brendan Morlan digging defensively on the 5. 4-4 5th game. Tony through the lane. Spreadman. Shot attempt back to that far side. Tony will grab the rebound and once again set it up against Park. Spreadman shot attempt down the middle, blocked by Trevor. Up the table to Brandon. Just when you thought that Tony and Rob were going to take over this match, Morland and Park come back, and now Brandon with a chance to give his team the lead. Shot attempt here blocked by Munoz, who grabs the rebound. My wife asking me if I have a chocolate for her, which means I can't touch the one I have in my backpack that you gave me.
Yeah.
So, yes, Amy, that'll be coming home.
That would have been the dark chocolate and toasted coconut. Also one of my favorites.
4-4 in the fifth. Park. Spreadman again will have a chance to give his team the lead. To give Tony 3 shots. He's probably going to score one of them. Trevor blocked the previous 2, and another one here.
Let's see him get aggressive here. Nope.
Oh, the pass right through the man. That was a beautiful pass. Morlan just not quite able to reel it in. Sent up the table. Munoz with a pass. Grabbed by Tony. Spreadman walking it aggressively far side and again brings it with authority to the near. It's match point for Spreadman and Munoz. We're having a conversation here about something. And Tony not really understanding. And Brandon actually saying he jarred the last one. So it was actually Brandon telling Tony that he would have given it to him.
This is one of those situations. I mean, I know these guys are all just absolutely fair players, but you still you'd like to have an official there, just whether it's an inadvertent, it's an
easy
infraction.
Not easy for you to say.
And not right now, it isn't.
Taken away here by Munoz. 5-4 lead here in the fifth for Tony and Rob. Look at the pass. Picked up here by Trevor.
Let her fly.
Full kick. Going to that short pull shot instead. Rebound grab by Munoz. Brandon sends it forward, then picks it up on the 3-rod. A chance to tie it at 5 here in game number 5 for Brandon Morlan. Tried to go inside. Had a feeling he was looking at that the entire time. Mott is able to make the block. He'll step away and call timeout. Let Brandon think about that one a little bit.
Just the last possessions by both goalies. I think they maybe think the kids are asleep or something. You know, want to make too much noise. But they want to get the ball up to the partners.
Another good one here on table number 1. A 5-4 lead here in the fifth game for Tony Spreadman and Robert Munoz.
To get this there.
Tony and Rob, the defending champions
Maui,
here.
Hawaii.
But you live on the Big Island.
I live on the Big Island, but we've spent a ton of time on Maui. Buying cheap clothing.
At the ABC store.
I don't think this one I want to spend.
I don't think they're taking one. I don't think they're taking one. That's
I think they got 2. I have to remember my camera. I have to be careful with my gang signs.
Shannon and Dan Don. Shannon Coley. Y'all move y'all to table 3. Don, table 3. Rich, Charles, Charlie, and Charles and Dan. Y'all have
So we're one each. Okay.
Yeah, I think they've settled in on that they each have 1 remaining. I don't think any of us can remember. Definitely Spreadman and Munoz took 1. Robbie took 1 at goal. And pass up the table here. Grabbed by Spreadman, who can send his team to the final. Tony? Strokes it home, and there it is. Tony Spreadman and Robert Munoz come back after an early tremendous performance from Morland and Park to win 6-4 in the fifth game. And Tony and Rob in the open doubles final once again.
I had to bail trying that D and just go there.
All right, y'all keep your seats. We have a 10-minute pre-call. 10-minute pre-call. The finals of open singles. Tony Freeman and Brandon Munoz. Table number 1. This is a 10-minute pre-call.
I didn't even enter my result.
Showing some pretty good perseverance today, Tony. Been tested a couple times. Seriously. No one would blame you for kind of, going the other way on it. Got all four of them. Sorry. Oh, yeah. I didn't take it that far up. I just wanted to go on that side.
Exactly.
Yeah. I even saw it the time before, but I still forced a kid pass, Oh, no.
Robert Jamie, Heather Moss, you're up on table 6. Robert Jamie, Heather Moss, you're up on table 6. That's it, next. Table 4, y'all finished? Get that match going on table 3. Mike Arakas, Tom Bukowski, Shannon Coley, Mark Krause.
red lane, Stevens. I hear you, I don't see you.
Officials to the stage, officials to the stage, please.
Veronica Gardner. Rich, you're up on table 11.
And hi again, everybody. Welcome back to the 2022 Hall of Fame Classic here in Las Vegas, Nevada, as we now bring you the Open Singles Final. On the left side, out of Costa Rica, coming from the loser side of the bracket, that's Brandon Munoz. And on the right, Mr. Tony Spredeman himself. Best 3 games out of 5. And, of course, in that earlier match, Brandon Munoz came out a house of fire. Was phenomenal for the first game and a half before Tony made the adjustments and turned it around on Brandon and ended up coming out on top. And now Tony off to a good start, leading 1-0.
I remember a few years ago, I think it was at Worlds when Tony and Brandon played. And I think the match took about, I forget how many minutes, but it was over very quickly. My, how far he has come since then, though.
For sure. However, he is down early here, and Tony very focused. And you know Tony is going to take this as a challenge, and Tony loves challenges, right? So it's going to be tough for Brandon to come back and win this. Tony jumping on him early, up 2-0.
And I mentioned
look at that. The left hook by Munoz, blocked by Tony, who comes back with one of his own. It's 3-0. What a play by Spredeman.
I mentioned to Jim off the air earlier, but watching the match between these guys earlier, and you have the expression, people talking about a glitch in the matrix.
Yeah.
There were some plays in there that looked like somebody cut some frames out, because all of a sudden that ball was in a completely different place than when it should have been.
Yeah, no.
And it got there a whole lot quicker.
Quite amazing. And Tony's going to call timeout. Spredeman will put the ball back into play. You know, Tony, again, we talked about it earlier, Brad Anderson, but he embraces a challenge. He loves to be challenged and tested, right? And it's not always the case, but when he is, he always seems to find a way to answer that challenge, and he has come out to get 4 of the first 5 here in game number 1. Back comes Munoz to make it 4-2.
Yeah, you're poking the bear right there, I think.
But more than anything, Tony isn't about winning, isn't about losing. He's about challenging himself, testing himself, right?
Post-interview at Worlds that one year, he says, I like winning, but I hate losing even more.
But even then, it's about finding an antagonist. And Tony, just like that, leads 1-0.
Well, he's always talked about it. I mean, like, he's out there. He's the guy with a big target on his back.
Yeah.
Everybody is aiming for Tony. And there's a lot of guys that they're working really hard and practicing to make that happen, you know.
And Tony wants that. That's what he wants. You know, sometimes, you know, based on, I mean, he went 2 years without losing, right?
Yeah.
He wants to be tested. That's all he cares about. He wants a great match, and this is a guy, Brandon Munoz, who can give him one. That's why Tony at times was frustrated by Ryan Moore, because Ryan wasn't always seriously invested in the match.
Right.
And that's what Tony needs. And back comes Tony to make it 1-1.
Yeah, and your normal human being player, you know, the prospect of playing Tony Spredeman, you've lost already.
And the big off the inside wall by Munoz makes it 2-1.
But you look over the table, you see Tony Sprayman, you're probably 90% to the way to your loss already, just because it's Tony. That's not the case with Mr. Munoz here.
No, Munoz.
He's not afraid of anything.
Nope. Tony loves to play this fast style. I'd love to see them go at it for a little bit here. Nice play by Munoz off the back wall. Then the dink to make it 3-1. These guys can do things. Both of these guys can do things that no one has ever been able to do.
And what Brandon Munoz does really well is take advantage of like quick strike goals like that. The ball lands on his three and immediately go.
Yeah, we've never really seen anything quite like Brandon Munoz. He is a unique player, no doubt about it, in a very good way.
Really kind of exploded on the scene. Nobody knew who he was.
Came out of nowhere. First tournament I ever saw him play. He finished 5th in open singles and won everything else, every other non-pro event. And I went, who is this guy? And, of course, Tony knew him. Tony had been down to Costa Rica and had seen Brandon and his brother play.
Yeah.
But how could he have been that good, having never played on at a major event in America? And he has certainly gone on. There's Tony answering the challenge.
These are the matches that are so fun to watch.
And back comes Munoz. Tony just raises his hands. What can I do about that? It's 4-2, and Brandon will use a second timeout.
I've been on the other end of, like I said, Tony Sprayman left hook, and then you just go, you have to shake your head and just go, how do people do that?
No, it is. It's magic. But what both of these guys do on a table is absolute magic.
Yeah.
It is.
Makes me tired watching it.
All right, 4-2 lead for Munoz. And Tony embracing the idea of playing up-tempo here, and I love that. Until he can't, until it becomes a situation where Munoz has taken over the match. But at this stage, maybe he's taken over this second game, but not the match. Right, let's see what Brandon does here. Try to make it off the outside wall, grabs it on the 5. Boy, the hand speed off the hook.
But that's what I was talking about earlier. I think maybe that wasn't a great time to do something like that. A lot of players get away with stuff, maybe trying things that you shouldn't at a specific time. But
and that one sent into the goal, and just like that, Tony had a look. Not much of a hole there, but enough to get it through, and we are even at 1 game apiece. This match is, what, 3.5 minutes old,
something
and
like
it's
that,
1 game apiece. Wow. Now, again, and you know, I haven't worked an open event since November in Colorado. Obviously, COVID changed things over the last couple of years, but I feel like there's been an evolution in the sport. And certainly what we're seeing here is unlike anything maybe we've ever seen when you have two guys that can do these sorts of things on the table.
Right. I've gotten the opportunity to watch, like you say, Brandon Munoz and Kevin, what's his name?
Romero.
Kevin Romero. That's what I thought. And I mean, these guys come out of nowhere, really. And then, again, yeah, you're talking about a progression of the game. And the game needs new blood.
Yep.
They're looking for stars, and these guys are right there.
Yep, they sure do. They sure have that star quality, no question about it, as Tony now will put it into play, pass it through, set it up, shot attempt blocked by Munoz, up into the air and off the table. It's the open singles final here at the 2022 Hall of Fame Classic in Las Vegas, Nevada. Jim and Brad with you. We have our names correct.
I am not
that?
Liz.
There's Brad.
There we go. Okay, good. Thank you, Clay.
No score here in the third, even at 1 game apiece. And Tony able to pick up the loose ball. Will slow things down a little bit as he sets up the snake shot. And stroke it home to that near side. That ball did go in. It's 1-0.
And now you've obviously been watching, paying attention a lot more to foosball than I have. You know, I've been busy.
Let's push kick here to make it 1-1.
Yeah, I've been busy till like a lot of things get in my way.
In the sun, fishing.
But I've had the opportunity to watch some of these guys on some of the video online, and yeah, I'm just dazzled by some of the new talent coming up.
Tony bounces it off that far wall. Even at 1 in games and score here in the third. Open singles final. There's Tony ripping it home to that far side.
And even before the tournament, I just maybe to get the feel back. watching some of the old classic Inside Foos videos and watching how the game itself has changed and progressed over the last 20 years. You did not have guys this kind of
No,
this kind
not
of speed.
like this. It wasn't anything like this. Don Swan, maybe a portender to what eventually came.
Played up tempo, but nothing like this.
Now Munoz able to block that one back into the goal. It's now 2-2 here in the third.
And in fact, you talk about Tony Scrivener really capable of playing this kind of game. He's never been previously before like Brandon and Kevin had been challenged with the kind of quickness and speed that these guys bring to the table. And but that's also going to push Tony to keep going and get better.
We hope so. Yeah. 2-2 here in the third game. Tony able to advance it along that outside wall. Will set it up, looking for the lead. Again, the shuffle. A nice save by Munoz. And Tony with a left hand into the goal. Nobody better at shooting with a left hand than Tony Spredeman. Back comes Munoz. Put it into play illegally, perhaps?
Something like that. It was definitely got a look from Tony. And Brandon willingly giving up the ball. Perhaps a bad decision.
Spredeman. Look at Brandon's defense. Is there a hole there? And the timeout called by Tony. And Brandon saying he knew he did it. He had such an impulsive player in a really good way.
Spontaneous.
Very spontaneous. And I think he put it into play, only touching the two men before advancing it. He just couldn't help himself, literally. Can't help myself.
Impulse control.
All right, Tony will put the ball back into play. Munoz with that shuffle. Tony taking some time. Tried to take it out to the far side. Blocked up into the air and off the table by Munoz. 3-2 lead here in the third game. One game apiece.
A little bit of change I've seen in Tony Spredeman's shooting philosophy several matches. So we saw right there. He does move. He's moving the ball like he's always known for, but it's very small, very subtle. Really trying to get the goalie to move. He's also, a lot of times, he's done offset.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of that came from the defense that Ryan Moore would always use to him. He'd basically post up on the pole side and make him go, kind of race him out there, but then make him to go to one side. And Tony had the most success when he'd go on an offset set.
Mm-hmm. Again, adjustment breeds adjustment, breeds adjustment,
exactly.
right? And here's Tony now after the turnover from Brandon, able to find that far side of the goal. It's 4-2. Munoz continuing to pound away. Tony in control here in game number 3. Spredeman along the outside wall. And then into the goal. It's 2-1.
Reaching into the bag of tricks.
And both of these players with very deep bags.
Yep.
All right, let's see how Munoz responds as we move to game number 4. It's just fun to watch him warm up even, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, if I remember correctly, the first matchup between these two in this tournament, Brandon did he not win the first game?
Won the first game, yeah. All right, here we go. Game 4 underway. Munoz advances it, sets it up, looking to strike first, and he does as he rips that one home. It's 1-0. Spredeman's pass attempt taken away by Munoz. Brandon comes back with a nice pass, followed up by a bit of a fortunate offensive effort from the 3, but it's 2-0.
Tony not impressed.
Spredeman looked at the pole kick. Now we'll set up the snake shot. And he has that one blocked. Will grab the rebound. He'll set it up once again. Looking to cut the lead in half. Munoz there, staying home to block that shot down the middle. Tony dances with it on the 5. Blocked back towards the goal and in. It's 3-0. Munoz responding, and we'll call timeout here.
And I think two of Brandon's 3 goals have been kind of goals of opportunity. Again, in transition or just finds the ball within reach and let her fly.
Jim and Brad coming to you from Las Vegas.
Fabulous.
Fabulous. 3-0 lead here in the 4th game for Brandon Munoz. 2-1 lead for Tony Spredeman. Tony walks and then finds that far corner. It's 3-1. Munoz through the high lane. And strokes it home. Cutting it back down the middle against Tony. It's 4-1. Looking to send it to a 5th game if he can. Brandon Munoz will use a 2nd and final timeout. So a nice response by the young Costa Rican, who is absolutely fearless, of course.
That's what I was absolutely thinking. He's just his aggressiveness and his fearlessness out here. Again, considering who's on the other side of the table.
Yeah. Tony will put it back into play, advance it along that outside wall. Spredeman walks it, and again finding the far corner to make it 4-2.
I'd look for a quick strike here.
Munoz. Go back through that high lane beautifully. Chance to send it to game number 5 here for Brandon Munoz. Quick shot blocked by Tony. Set on goal with a 5 by Munoz. Grabbed on the 5 by Tony and then immediately sent into that short corner.
In your face.
That's 4-3. Brandon able to get it through. Another chance to send it to a 5th and final game in this opening set. Munoz. Had to come back near side. Tony there. That one's going to spin to the 5 of Spredeman. He will step into the forward position. Try to go with a quick left hook. Wide of the goal. Rebound grabbed by Munoz. Tony loves to fight fire with fire, and firing it home here is Munoz. We're even at 2 games apiece. Fans are loving it. I know those of you watching at home, hopefully enjoying the show here on table number 1. Brandon Munoz on the left, Tony Spredeman on the right. And again, Munoz is going to have to elevate his game another level here in this 5th game, because Tony Spredeman will. As Tony now a game away from the championship, does not want to go to a 2nd set. And loses the ball back to the 3-run of Munoz.
Again, make a note.
Brandon has that one blocked and taken away by Tony. He will work it up the table. Now steps into the forward position. Spredeman. Takes some time. And it fires it home back to that near corner.
And even though it's just one ball, it seems like Tony has actually gone backwards. He's actually kind of slowed things down just a little bit.
Down here and taken away by Spredeman.
So I think at this point, the ball flying around the table is advantageous to Brandon Munoz.
And it's 2-0.
Because that's his game. Again, it being a very opportunist and quick strike.
Well, one of the great closers of all time, Tony Spredeman, with an opportunity to close here in this 5th game. And Munoz coming back. 2-1 lead for Tony. Tony Can't hold on to the pass. Munoz with a little bit of a window of opportunity here. And taken away by Spreadman. Munoz is going to need some blocks. But Spreadman continuing to shoot it well. Now moves ahead 3-1 here in the 5th game.
It definitely looks like Tony's just kind of pulled it back just a little bit. He slowed down his game just enough.
It's winning time. And a loss here. A turnover from Munoz to Spreadman's 3-rod. And the block here by Brandon up into the air and off the table. Oh, beautiful pass by Tony. 2-rod to 3-rod. And again, Munoz there defensively. 3-1 lead here in the 5th game for Tony Spreadman. Boy, the precision, remarkable. Tony has really taken the wind out of Munoz's sails. But Munoz surviving, staying alive because of his defense right now. Shot down in the middle. Blocked by Tony.
And again, Tony's just slowed it down just a little bit, a little more patient.
Steal by Munoz. Brandon. Strokes it home down the middle. It's 3-2. Vamos, he says. Tony's sticking it through that far lane.
He's just getting a lot of opportunities here.
Making Brandon work defensively. Munoz will need another block here. Spreadman. Strokes it home. It's championship point for Tony Spreadman.
And there's what I was talking about. He combined the two, shooting offset and also the small incremental movements.
Taken away by Tony on the 5.
To move the defense.
Block back towards the goal by Munoz. Spreadman leading 4-2 here in the 5th game. And the timeout called by Tony Spreadman. Tony will put the ball back into play. It's championship point for Spreadman. Looking to win yet another Hall of Fame Classic Open singles title. He can do so right here. For the win, Tony Spreadman. Stokes it home, and there it is. Tony Spreadman holds on to defeat Brandon Morlan in this open singles final, and yet again, Spreadman is the 2022 Hall of Fame Classic Open Singles champion.
You said Brandon Morlan, but I won't hold that against you. That's okay. I went up to the screen.
Tony Spreadman holds on to defeat Brandon Munoz and win. Brandon and Brandon. Both Brandons playing well this weekend, but it's Tony Spreadman who comes out on top in singles. Tony Spreadman and Robert Munoz with a chance in the open doubles final as well, which will be coming up here shortly. All right, another good one coming up here on table number 1. As we'll have the open doubles match for 3rd place or better. Keen Gabriel, Kevin Romero, going up against Billy Pappas and Mike Bilarakis, the rhyming team.
Interesting.
Yeah. All right, we'll have more for you here in just a little bit.
Table number 3, Shannon Coley, Mark Krause, Christopher Marks, and Robin Hayes. Table number 3.
I'm close. Close. Yeah. Getting close every time. That's what I need. Tony, Lotus, stay there. Table number 35, Lotus Cheaper, Adrian Zamora, Brandon Morlan, Ellen Moon, designated 35.
table 35.
Ah! What is that? Oh. Stark, huh?
You can just put something under it.
What? From him? That's gonna be good.
We got some more open doubles action for you here on table number 1. The match for third place or better on the loser side of the bracket. It's Kane Gabriel, Kevin Romero on the left. It's Billy Pappas, Mike Villarakis on the right. Best 3 games out of 5. The winner will advance to the losers bracket final to face Brandon Morlan and Trevor Park. Down to the final 4 teams here in open doubles. And Gabriel starting in the forward position, able to find that hole down the middle. And blocked back into the goal by Kane. Kane, of course, originally from Canada, Toronto, Canada. Longtime resident of Castle Rock, Colorado. Now, I believe, living in Florida, in that Tampa area, which is just loaded with talent. Kevin Romero, of course, originally out of Costa Rica. Here's Pappas. 2-0 lead early on for Gabriel and Romero. Nice pickup here by Billy. Pappas tried to come back down the middle, blocked and taken away by Kevin Romero. These young Costa Ricans really making an impact out on tour as Romero makes it 3-0. Brandon Munoz, of course, second place finisher in open singles. And here's Romero, top 4 in open doubles. And up 3-0 here in game number 1. Billy Pappas able to get his team on the scoreboard. Great to see Pappas back out on tour. Haven't really seen him competing at a major championship since, I believe, Colorado State in 2019, pre-COVID. And he had a great event there, finishing second in singles and doubles. Pappas, one of those guys who can take some time off, come back out on tour and still be a dominant force. He has that kind of talent, that kind of experience. Gabriel. And the timeout called here. You saw Gabriel try to take it out to that far side. Villarakis with a block. Gabriel got it back and will use a timeout. Kane will put the ball back into play. Lorakis there to make the block again and take it away. Romero doing a good job back there defensively. Really good shooter back here as well. Romero has a great pull shot. Beautiful pass. Romero to Gabriel.
You need to pay for expert mix, Nathan Ham.
Lorakis hit the block, and then Gabriel with the turnover to Pappas. And Billy will cut the lead to 1. It's now 3-2. Shot down the middle on goal by Romero. 3-2 lead here in game number 1. Match for third or better in the losers bracket of open doubles. As far as the open events are concerned, just 3 matches remaining. This one, the losers bracket final, and then, of course, the open doubles final. Another nice pass here, Romero to Gabriel. Long pull shot this time by Gabriel, blocked by Lorakis. Another one. And Pappas with the rebound on the 5. Can't connect on the pass. Ball rolls to a stop. Romero will put it back into play. Still 3-2 here in the first game of this match for third or better. Pappas makes it 3-3. Again, the sound of the ball when it goes in off the 3 rod of Billy Pappas like no other. Kane look to give his team the lead. And he does. And the switch, Romero moving forward, Gabriel moving back, and again, the versatility of the team on the left. Gabriel, outstanding goalie. And Pappas with a pass that gets through to make it 4-4. Back to forward comes Gabriel.
I need the results from table 2, the finals of juniors. I need the results, please.
Gabriel with a chance to win this first game as he sets it up against Lorakis. And strokes it home. It's 1-0 in favor of King Gabriel and Kevin Romero.
Congratulations to our runner-up in junior doubles, Samuel Herreras and Nathan Ham. And our 2022 Las Vegas Hall of Fame junior doubles champions, Ryan Kimmel and Ethan Dewey.
Second game underway. Gabriel and Romero won the first game. And really it was a case of Gabriel just having more possessions than Billy. Billy does get a possession here and opens up the scoring in game number 2. Quick shot here, taken away by Lorakis. 1-0 lead for Kane Gabriel and Kevin Romero. Villarackis lucky to get that one through. And the jar. Gabriel calling it on himself, awarding the ball to the 3 out of Pappas. We talked about what a fair player Billy Pappas is, and I think that encourages other players, other opponents of Billy, to be just as fair. And Gabriel certainly was there, calling it on himself, awarding it to Billy, who converts to make it 2-0. And Gabriel gets his team on the scoreboard here in game number 2. One lead for Pappas and Villarackis. Billy's been shooting it well, and that continues here as he goes smoothly down the middle. Of course, we first saw Billy Pappas early 90s as a very young man. I recall meeting him, I think, at the 1993 Tornado World Championships when I believe he was 7 or 8 years old. Kind of hanging around the pit area. And again, Pappas to the far side. And in 1995, at the age of 10, he won the, I believe it was rookie singles championship at the U.S. Open. Huge field. He was 10. Showed great potential. Gabriel now makes it 4-2, and Gabriel moving back, Romero to forward. In the early 2000s, Billy really began to work his way up the rankings as a pro player. A very young player still. I believe he was 16, 17 when he competed at the Super Doubles event down in Austin and won, I believe, the pro event that weekend with Mike Yor to get into the Super Doubles bracket. And then the steady climb up the major rankings. And Billy closes out game number 2. It's 1 game apiece. There's Pappas between 2005 and 2011. Won 4 Open Singles World Championships on Tornado. Also a former Garlando World Champion. He's won a World Championship on the Ulrich Sport table on P4P. One of the best multi-table players to ever play the game. In fact, if we put together our list of best multi-table players, no question who number 1 is. That's Frederick Colin-Young. Billy Pappas might be number 2. He's never won a multi-table world championship, however. Has won gold medals, of course, with Team USA. But has won titles on individual tables, as we talked about. The Garlando World Championship in, I believe it was 2013. In Salzburg, Austria. We had the pleasure of doing that match when he beat Kevin Hunsdorfer in the final. One game apiece. Winner advances. The loser finishes 4th. That pass attempt off a man and in to make it 1-0. And again, Gabriel moving back into a defensive position against Pappas, should he get the ball on the 3. Romero digging defensively on the 5. Pappas does get it through. Billy against Kane. And Pappas shooting it well, ties it at 1. Gabriel. Kane has been shooting it well as well. Villarackis gets out there on that far side to make the block, and then the follow-up down the middle by Gabriel gives his team a 2-1 lead. And Pappas with an answer. Really on fire right now. And a timeout called by Gabriel and Romero. Tied up at 2 here in the third game, even at 1 game apiece. Pappas is going to move back into the goalie position. Bilirakis moving forward. If Mike does get possession of the ball, look for a timeout to bring Billy back to forward. Kane Gabriel will put it back into play. He'll shoot against Pappas. Gabriel. And the shot attempt blocked by Billy up into the air and off the table, and Pappas will put the ball back into play. Get a chance to watch the 2-rod of Billy Pappas up close and personal. And he strokes it home. It's 3-2. Gabriel against Pappas. Billy making a difference so far here defensively and offensively from goal. Takes it away again. And scores it again. Wow. That's Billy Pappas, folks. A couple of blocks, a couple of scores after the switch. And here he is. He's hit his last 2 from back here. That one up the table wide of the goal. Rebound grab by Romero. Quick pass. Here's Pappas again. Again, slides that one to the short side. This time blocked by Romero. Gabriel couldn't pick up the rebound. Billy again pumping that one on goal. Such great lateral speed and power offensively from Pappas. Gabriel will attempt to pull back within 1 from snake shot position, but Pappas gets the block. It sneaks in anyway. It's 4-3. So Billy moves back there for a brief bit of time, makes 3 blocks, makes 2 scores, and now will return to forward in possession of the ball on his 5. Vintage Billy Pappas. Able to sneak that one through. And that one off a man, off the outside wall and in, and just like that, we're tied up at 4. 4-4 third game, even at 1 game apiece. Billy going up against the defensive 5 of Romero. Kevin gets a piece of it. It comes back to Gabriel, a very good shooter in his own right, especially from here. One squib towards the goal. Spinning ball picked up by Romero. Kevin shoot it. An attempt to win game number 3. Romero shot attempt wide of the goal. Rebound comes back to Gabriel. Pass attempt picked up here by Romero. Kevin will call timeout. Bring Gabriel back to the forward position. Gabriel will put the ball back into play. It was 4-2 just moments ago. This is Bilirakis defending on the 5. Billy is back at goal. He'll have possession here. Can he do it again offensively from goal? He has already scored 2 in his brief time back there. Looking to pass. Picked off by Gabriel. Kane back along the wall. Set it up, looking to win game number 3 against Pappas. Gabriel. Trying to come near side, blocked away right to the 3-rod of Bilirakis, who will call timeout and bring Billy back into the forward position. Pappas will put the ball back into play. Looking to win game number 3, shooting against Kane Gabriel. Pappas. Shot attempt near side, blocked by Kane and grabbed on the 3-rod by Romero. Now it's Romero's turn to win this 3rd game against Bilirakis. Kevin rocks, looks. Shot attempt blocked back the other way, bounces towards the goal, kept out by Gabriel. Both teams getting opportunities, both teams getting blocks. And Bilirakis with a nice save. Keeping it off the 3-rod of Romero. We'll get a timeout called here. That's the 2nd. Mike Bilirakis will put the ball back into play. Fires that one down the middle. Romero able to grab it on the 5 and quickly advance it through the lane. Kevin's had a couple of shots to win this 3rd game. We'll get another here. Romero.
Brandon Seidel, are you still in the room? Brandon Seidel.
Another block by Bilirakis.
I have a junior.
Angled up the table, picked up by Pappas on the 5. He chips it up, holds onto it. Another chance for Billy, who will set up his snake shot. And a hammer it home. It's 2-1 in favor of Pappas and Bilirakis.
Time I look you in a minute.
Trailing 2-1. Kane Gabriel back in the forward position will put it into play. Look to get things started for his team here in game number 4. Gabriel cuts it back down the middle against Bilirakis. And again, Romero moving forward. Gabriel moving back. Billy Pappas, 2 big ones from goal in that 3rd game, and then closed it with a shot from the 3-rod. Again, the incredible versatility of Pappas. Billy.
All right, if you want to get your picture taken with some awards.
Trying to bring it out to that far side. You saw Gabriel show him that hole, and then take it away just as Billy shot it. Solid defense by an outstanding goalie in Kane Gabriel. Kane, and that's really what's going on here. Kane is the forward on this team, but he is such an impact goalie that you got to get him back there. Defensive and offensive situations. He can make a difference from both positions, and Pappas will call timeout.
So if you won an award this weekend, and you have it, or if you don't have it, go get it over there on the table. Just make sure you get the right ones. That's your event.
Go ahead and get them and bring them over here.
2-1 lead for Billy Pappas and Mike Bilirakis. 1-0 lead here in game number 4 for Kevin Romero and Kane Gabriel. Possession of the ball on the 5 of Pappas, who will put it into play after the timeout. Pappas couldn't execute that tic-tac wall pass. Comes back to Mike Bilirakis. Gabriel's shot just to the short side. Rebound squirts through to Pappas on the 3-rod. Billy has it blocked again by Gabriel and grabbed on the rebound by Romero. Kevin will set up the bull shot. Tried to go straight. Boy, the hole looked like it was there. Sent it wide of the goal. Back comes Pappas. Another chance for Billy to even it at 1 here in game 4. And he does. Comes Gabriel into the forward position. Again, a missed opportunity there. Looked like that hole was there. That's Pappas back there, and he'll put it back into play. 2-1 lead for Pappas and Bilirakis. Billy always dangerous from here. That was going to move forward and be grabbed by Bilirakis. Billy, I think, told him to go ahead and shoot it. They've already burned 1 timeout. Mike strokes it home. That's bonus. That's gravy. You got Bilirakis at the forward position, able to score it and give your team a 2-1 lead. Good call by the coach, Billy Pappas, the captain. Back comes Gabriel. Billy defending. And Kane able to find that near corner to make it 2-2. Pappas back to forward. Romero back to forward. Pappas quick one, rattled in to make it 3-2. The winner of this one would face Brandon Morlan and Trevor Park in the losers bracket final, and Gabriel will call timeout. Kane Gabriel will put the ball back into play, trailing 3-2, trailing 2-1. It'll be Gabriel versus Pappas once again. Kane able to come back down the middle. 2 in a row from Kane Gabriel, and we're tied at 3. Pappas looking to get a possession on his 3-rod. Picked up by Gabriel. 3-3 here in the 4th. Quick pass along that near wall. Intercepted by Billy. Billy a bit fortunate to get this one through. Match point for Pappas and Bilirakis. Outstanding performance in this match from Billy Pappas. King Gabriel has also played very well, but he needs this one to even it. But Bilirakis there with a block. Mike somehow able to get it through. Pappas can't connect on the pass. Here's Romero, who can be dangerous offensively from goal himself. Really good pull shot back here. Bilirakis could not contain it, giving Gabriel an extra possession and a chance to tie it at 4, but Bilirakis able to knock it down. Rebound rattles back to Gabriel. Again, Keane. Bilirakis again with the block, but couldn't hold on to the rebound. And again, this time the rebound does come back to Mike. Gabriel getting opportunities. And finally able to find the hole to make it 4-4. Remains match point, however, for Pappas and Bilirakis, and Billy Pappas has possession of the ball on his 5.
Players, we'd love to get some photos of
Billy nicely along the wall. Chance to win it here, looking to advance to the winner's bracket final, Billy Pappas.
photos up by the banner. If you have won or finished second,
Chokes it home, and there it is. Billy Pappas and Mike Bilirakis hold off Kevin Romero and King Gabriel in 4 games as they now advance to the losers bracket final. They will face Brandon Morland and Trevor Park to see who would battle Tony Spreadman and Robert Montes in the open doubles final.
The finals of senior singles, table number 2, Dennis Laurie, Rich Posner. 10-minute free call, table 1, Mike Novak and Billy Pappas, Trevor Hart, Brandon Morlan. 10-minute free call.
Cody Byron. Did you win anything this year? Are you a winner? Yeah, you grab your marker and you grab it. Where did you go grab your marker?
Good play, Mike. Play good, buddy. Good luck to you.
Later, so we still have the winners of rookie singles in the house, or amateur singles is the winner of that event in the house. Expert singles, if you're still here, we want to get some photos. Beginner singles winner. Pro doubles, I'm not sure if that's done yet, but winners or second and third place finishers of any of the events this weekend. We'd love to get some photos of up on the banner to the left of the big tables.
That was very good. Timing's just slightly off. Look.
Expert mix on the stage, the expert mix. Aubrey Lee.
Lost that. ready to run around the circle, jump on tables, put on a weird shirt.
Okay, Trevor Parker, Brandon Morlan, Michael Rex, and Billy Pappas. Get that match started. We'll take number 1, please.
Get in there. There she goes. Oh. There it is. Watching old people play foosball.
Okay, here's a 10-minute recall. The finals of pro doubles on table number 3. 10-minute recall. The finals on table number 3. Christopher Marks and Robin Hankey play John Sherrick and Dan Sloan on table 3, 10-minute recall.
Wow. Has it been that long since you had to drop the ball? wasn't open at all, was it?
All right, table number 1, Mike Milarakis, Billy Pappas, Trevor Clark, Brandon Morlan. Let's get that match started.
Yeah. Quit screwing around the table.
Trevor Clark, Brandon Morlan, you through?
One shot, buddy. One shot. What are we doing? I'm gonna take one shot. The world's fastest shot by a long shot. I still go back and look at comments.
There's no girls there.
Yeah, yeah. The comments are the best. The debate. But they'll figure you off. I have one fast. It's like random people probably never have it. I just bought two more. Yeah, I'll take those off. No bill. It's just shooting now. I think I'm caught. I think I'm caught.
John Jerry, ladies and gentlemen, $26 for Red.
Yeah.
Expert mixed matches are all and out there already.
Down to the final three in open doubles here at the 2022 Hall of Fame Classic in Las Vegas. As we now bring you the losers bracket final, it's Billy Pappas, Mike Bilirakis on the left. It's Brandon Morlan, Trevor Park on the right side. Pappas had it, lost it. And actually, it was Morlan's ball to put into play. So Billy giving us a little bit of a fake there as we now get game number one underway. And it's 1-0. Brandon Morlan has been spectacular here this week, and Billy Pappas has been really good, of course. Be interesting to see here, this battle of these two forwards. And Morlan ripping home at a pull shot to make it 1-1. Jim Stevens with you as we kind of wind things down on a Sunday evening. Best 3 games out of 5. Tony Sprayman and Robert Montes await the winner of this one.
Julia and David Ross go to table number 35. Danny Andre and Amy Ball, table 35.
Brandon, kind of a wasted opportunity there. Didn't really execute. That's unusual for Morlan. He'll get another chance here and look for him to be a little more organized on this possession. Shooting against Mike Bilirakis, ripping home that pull shot to make it 2-1. Brandon has been feeling very confident with that pull shot here this weekend. A shot really entering this event that you might have thought maybe was his number 2 shot. Pappas inadvertently spinning it on the follow through there. Still 2-1. But I think certainly Morlan at this stage looking at his pull shot as A, not B. It's been awfully good. Blocked by Bilirakis. At this stage of the weekend, it's all about stamina. You've been playing since perhaps Friday. Playing quite a bit, playing a lot of matches, a lot of intense matches, a lot of big balls. And that one kind of cut up the table by Bilirakis. Off a man and in. It's 2-2. Tony Spreadman has already won singles. Has a chance to double. And Brandon strokes it home to make it 3-2. Tony Spreadman with a chance to triple, as of course he and Ellen Moon won mixed doubles a couple of days ago. The last major championship held in Colorado, it was Brandon Morlan and Trevor Park who won doubles. Tony was able to win singles. Of course, at last year's Tornado Worlds, Ryan Moore with a triple. Nice pickup here by Pappas. Billy will look to tie it, and he does against Trevor, his old partner, Trevor Park. Two great friends, Trevor and Billy, and of course, national champions, Hall of Fame Classic champions. Back in the 2000s. We're tied up at 3. Bilirakis with possession will call timeout. Pappas back there in the goalie position as he will put the ball back into play in an offensive situation. I'm a big fan of using these big shooting goalies in these kind of situations. You call the timeout, you bring them back there. And sometimes it is to pass. Sometimes they'll pass it, basically passing to themselves, because if Bilirakis was to grab that ball on the 3, he would have called timeout. He does grab it on the 5 here and utilizes a timeout to bring Billy back to forward.
Congratulations to our runner-up in senior singles, Rich Bosner. And the first place old man in super old man singles at our 2022 Hall of Fame Classic, Dennis Ori. Congratulations, Dennis, for winning old man singles.
Billy will move back into the forward position and will put it into play. Morlan digging defensively on the 5.
We have the finals of senior doubles. The finals of senior doubles. Dennis Ori and Tony Owens. You play Terry Rue and Dana Marr. That's senior
Shot
singles.
attempt by Pappas, blocked and taken away by Trevor. 3-3 here in game number 1.
Dennis Ori, Tony Owens, table 2. The finals once again of senior doubles.
And Billy went with a quick one. Trevor there to make the block and take it away. Again, Pappas for the lead. Fires that one home to make it 4-3.
All right, table 3. Let's get that match going. Christopher Marks, Robin Hank.
And the timeout called here by Morland.
The finals of pro doubles is now starting on table number 3. Oops.
Brandon will put the ball back into play.
He's supposed to be there. He told me he was
It's on his way.
Taken away here by Pappas.
Mark Krause.
Billy looking to win game number 1. Quick shot again against Trevor. Rimmed it off the post. Park with a rebound. That pull kick up the table. Morland with an opportunity here to tie it at 4. But Bilirakis gets a man on it. Rebound does carry him back to Morland again. It's 4-4. Morland will call timeout. We're even at 4 here in game number 1. Losers bracket final of open doubles. Billy Pappas will put the ball into play. Trevor. Another chance for Billy. See if he takes a little more time here. Grips it. Trying to rip it to that far side. Set back on goal by Trevor after the block. Still 4-4 here in game number 1. Morlan. Taken away by Bilirakis. Does anybody want to win this first game? Brandon able to stick that one through the lane. Look for Brandon to put a quality shot on goal here. Or not, as he comes around the ball. Went long, didn't really sell it. Back up the table to Park. And up the table and in for Bilirakis. It's 1-0. So it's a goalie. It's Mike Bilirakis, who has scored very seldomly throughout the event. Hasn't really needed to, but he does so here as he slices that one into the goal to give the team of Pappas and Bilirakis a 1-0 lead. And we're going to switch sides. Brandon Morlan, Trevor Park, now on the left side of your screen. We'll put it into play, opening up game number 2, trailing 1-0. Pass attempt taken away by Pappas. Billy chips it up, sets it up. And strokes it home. It's 1-0. Kind of a sloppy first game on both sides. Let's anticipate things are going to clean up a little bit here. The intensity level moves up a couple of notches on the scale. That one's going to rattle in to make it 1-1.
Anybody sees a silver ball and a clear ball, it's not yours, please bring it back to the stage. There's a clear ball, silver ball.
1-1 here in the second
Please
game.
bring it to the stage.
Here's Bilirakis, who closed out that opening game with a score, looking to be aggressive again here.
We're fixing to search everybody's pockets and their backpacks and their...
Trevor puts one on goal. Brandon grabs the rebound, tried to stroke the long. Bilirakis out there to make the block, comes back to Morlan. Brandon again to the long hole, and again Bilirakis out there. Maybe not quite as focused a performance here from Brandon as we have seen throughout the weekend. But that can change quickly.
Expert mix match, second over here, Nathan Ham.
And stroking it home here is Morlan. It's 2-1. Billy trying to come near side, pounded that one off the wall.
Table 6 is a mixed match. Hello.
Another chance for Pappas. Another block for Park.
Table 6.
Trevor now doing a nice job defensively against his former partner, Billy. Turnover by Park results in a possession and a goal for Pappas to make it 2-2.
There's a match on table 6, y'all. There's a match on table 6.
Morley trying to come down the middle. That's a nice block by Bilirakis, completely committed to the inside. Billy tried to knock it off the back wall. Park able to hold on to it. Fire that one up the table on goal. Here's Bilirakis. And the timeout called by Mike Bilirakis.
Here, Urban Joe, table number 6. Okay, thank you. Shayla Rivera, so you're at table 6. Shayla Rivera, table 6.
Billy will now step back into the goalie position and put it back into play. And then come back with that rolling pull shot down the middle to make it 3-2. Again, an effective switch. Results in a goal in an offensive situation for Pappas. What a weapon he is. One game to nothing lead for Billy Pappas and Mike Bilirakis. Morlan finds the straight hole to make it 3-3.
Hey, Dennis, your silver code is up on the stage. Somebody found it. It's up on the stage now.
Picked up here by Billy. Pappas back down the middle. It's 4-3. What a pretty shot there from Billy. Morlan, a rolling pull shot, didn't get much behind it. Caught a break after catching a man. And it's 4-4. Pappas and Bilirakis leading 1-0, even at 4 here in the second game. Billy. That's that one blocked up into the air and off the table by Trevor. And the timeout called by Morland and Park.
Has that match on 3 started yet? Pro level finals. Hey guys. Been 28 minutes.
Brandon Morlan going to move back to goal. And again, this is a guy who can have a very positive impact from his 2-row, much like Pappas, a scoring goalie. Brandon fires that one down the table on goal. Rebound scooped up by Park. Trevor looking to tie the match up at a game apiece. We'll call timeout and bring Brandon back to forward. Brandon Morland will shoot against Mike Bilirakis. Morland. Try to go inside. Bilirakis blocking the straight attempt. Brandon, reset. Let's see if he goes back to the well, to that short side. Yes, he tries to. Bilirakis looking for it. Another block by Mike. Morland again. Stokes it home. It's 1 game apiece.
Okay, players, the pits is for the players only. You're not in a match. Please do not be standing for the pits. The pits is for the players only.
Tied up in one game apiece. Billy Pappas now on the left side, along with partner Mike Bilirakis, will put it into play. Opening up game number 3. Morlan. Finds that straight hole. It's 1-0. Nice grab by Pappas on the second effort. Tried to come down the middle, blocked it, taken away by Park. The ball rolled up off the table, and Trevor will put it back into play. And we're tied at 1 as Billy finds that hole down the middle. 1 game apiece, 1 goal apiece. Losers bracket final of open doubles. And coming back with that push kick beautifully is Brandon Morlan, effortlessly executed. It's 2-1. Oh, that is so smooth. Back comes Pappas. Tied up at 2 here in game 3. Morlan will put it back into play. Brandon had started to heat up offensively, and that continues here. It's that quick pull shot to the long hole, makes it 3-2. Billy along that near wall. Pappas hammering it home near side. It's 3-3. And taken away by Morlan. That's Pappas back there defending. Brandon. Gonna come down the middle. Pappas with the block right to Bilirakis on the 3-run. Mike. We'll call timeout. Billy will move back into the forward position. Put it into play. He'll shoot against Brandon Morlan and look for the lead. Pappas hammers it home far side. 4-3 lead for Pappas and Bilirakis. Again, Billy moving back to goal. Morland has that one blocked back towards Park's goal. Trevor up the table to Morley. Brandon trying to sneak it to that straight hole. Pappas back there got a man on it, but couldn't contain the rebound. Another chance for Morland. It's 4-4. Back to forward comes Billy. Billy able to get it through. They'll set it up looking to win game number 3. Billy Pappas. Shot attempt blocked by Park. Rebound grabbed on the 5 by Pappas. And Billy gets it through again. 3-2. Looking for a third game win, Billy Pappas. Tried to come near side, blocked up into the air and off the table by Trevor Park. And back comes Park with that rolling pull shot to win game number 3. Big play by Trevor. He makes the block. He makes the shot. Brandon Morlan and Trevor Park now just a game away from an open doubles finals showdown with Tony Spredeman and Robert Munoz. Billy Pappas will put the ball into play, opening up game number 4. It's now Pappas and Bilirakis on the right. Morland and Park on the left. They lead 2-1. Pappas with the first scoring opportunity, and there's Trevor Park making a difference again back there with the block up into the air and off the table. Trevor has earned the right to put the ball back into play. Taken away here by Pappas. Gilly slams it home to that near corner. It's 1-0. Pappas will move back. Bilirakis still forward. Two games to 1 lead for Brandon Morland and Trevor Park. Loose ball almost grabbed by Bilirakis, who is up there at forward. Trevor Park, uncanny sometimes with the big shots he can hit. He may not score for 2-3 games, and then when you need one, he often gets it in those big situations. Rolling pull shot by Morlan, blocked by Pappas. Nice save there by Bilirakis to keep it off the Morlan 3. But Brandon looking to pass it once again. Bilirakis doing a nice job defensively on the 5. Scrambling, trying to get a possession, trying to bring Billy back to forward. Morland, oh, there it is. The Morland all the way to the outside wall. And then the straight. What a great play by Brandon Morlan. It's 1-1. Chipping it up here is Billy. Pappas against Park. Back down the middle, taken away by Trevor. 2-1 lead for Brandon Morlan and Trevor Park. And there's Trevor again from goal. It's 2-1. Trevor Park stepping up. Billy gets it through on the second chance. And ties it. Pappas moving back again. Bilirakis to forward. Brushed through nicely by Morlan. Got such a great feel. And then a big pull shot from Brandon. Got the power as well. The finesse on the 5, the power on the 3 results in a 3-2 lead here in the 4th. I think that's really what it is with Brandon Morlan. He has that effortless power. He hits the ball hard. But he also has a tremendous touch. It's a combination that has really turned him into certainly one of the very best players in the world. Three second-generation players here. Morlan, Bilirakis, Pappas, and Park, whose older brother Leonard was sort of his mentor. Not quite second generation, but certainly was benefited by having an older brother, in this case, not a parent. So many of the top players are second generation. Ryan Moore, Tony Spredeman, Brandon Munoz, Kevin Romero. That one's kept out by Bilirakis. And stuffed back into the goal by Morlan. It is match point for Brandon Morlan and Trevor Park. Winding things down on a Sunday evening. And down the middle goes Morlan, and there it is. So a strong closing performance from Brandon Morlan and Trevor Park as they defeat Billy Pappas and Mike Bilirakis in this losers bracket final. Billy and Mike finished third in an outstanding performance here this weekend. But it's going to be Brandon Morlan and Trevor Park who will face Tony Spredeman and Robert Mares in the open doubles final.